Muchas gracias, afición. Este es para vosotros. ¡Sí!
Yes, boy, indeed. We are burning it down. Oh shit, man. Yeah, it's guys, it's really hot. It's really hot today. I think that was a very apt song, guys. I don't know about you, but today has been the weather's been crazy. Like, have you looked outside? I mean, I'm talking about in terms of Singapore, right? Like, it's been hot since yesterday during the election, and it's even hot today as well. So we're coming in hot, I guess. I'm literally coming in hot as well because, yeah, I still have that singlet on, guys. It's been a bit crazy the weather over the past few days, so hope you guys are having lots of water to drink and welcome in. It was an exciting day, wasn't it, yesterday? I hope you guys did your part as Singaporeans. For those of you who are Singaporeans, welcome everyone. It's your boy Tovakin. Let me turn off the ocarina. Hello Isaac and hello Dexifer coming in number one again. Number one, numero uno. Every time numero uno. I think you're the most regular person so far. Even among like my my mods, you are like numero uno. And Isaac as well. I hope your day was good. I hope you all had a great time yesterday. A great break from work yesterday to do your part as Singaporeans to vote for our next president. And yes, we'll talk a little bit about that later because yesterday I was indeed doing my part as a Singaporean as well, but on a totally different and a completely different level. Welcome in. Yeah, let me give a few shout outs to LOL Isaac. He just started streaming as well and show some love to all you fabulous people over here for coming in on time. What is this? Why is my wife messaging me?
No.
That's LOL Isaac again? Playing Titanfall 2.
I don't know how I did it. Okay, run, wall run. I am badass. Yeah, so after he no
BT to oh was that did you get your mech destroyed? Okay, that was
wow, my
that was not fun. Alright, welcome in and welcome. Congratulations on doing your first stream, by the way. Shout outs also to Dexifer. Yeah, it's a bit slow, this thing. Oh jeez.
That's a big ass hand.
There's a Home Sweet Home. Oh, that's a game I won't be playing in a very long time. Accidentally left your Titan out to die. Yep. It happens to all of us. But holy shit, man. That's a big ass hand, alright. You're chasing achievements. Are you an achievement hunter yourself? I would think so. I would think so. But hope you guys are staying nice and chill today. We are about to start building, or rather not say start, we're about to complete our Zoids build from last week. It's gonna be a very interesting stream because we've got a few things to do today, just as exciting as it was yesterday. Also, if only able, right? If only able to, huh? I mean, I was never achievement hunter. Usually, I play games just for the community and just for having a great deal of fun. As long as I love the game and the platform and the things about it, that's down for me, right? It's mainly about the gameplay and the community surrounding it. But yes, and as I said, we are coming in hot today because a lot of things we have to do on stream. We got an unboxing. We got to finish our big boy. Well, not such a big boy over there on stream, which is our Wild Liger. This is our Wild Liger. Yeah. So, but before we get into it, I do have, I think for those of you who are in my Discord, you will know that there's an unboxing that I have to do. This package literally just came in, I think just half an hour before the stream. Like, who delivers packages on like weekends and stuff? I think it has happened multiple times here, but it is something very, very cool. All right, I'll show you guys proper in just a bit in the overhead view. But well, since we are all mostly Singaporeans here, I hope, like I said, I hope you guys did your part. I hope you guys voted, right? Don't like let your vote go to waste if you're able to. If you're of legal voting like status and stuff. So I hope you guys went down to the polls. It was a really hot day yesterday. It was definitely not easy. Yeah. So I mean, like I said, very exciting day yesterday. I don't know how many of you actually stayed up to watch the results of the election, right? Hey Souls, welcome in, man. How's your weekend? In fact, how was everybody's weekend? Oh, you stayed up as well? Yeah. Like I said, I was staying up in more ways than one, man. Goodness me. Like I think I've mentioned previously on stream before that I was involved in the election, right, as a polling officer. Yeah, so I was on my feet the entire day, man. Funny enough, I don't think I saw anyone on stream or anyone actually recognize me except my neighbors. So I think that was it was comforting to know that there won't be any there was not any awkward interactions. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, right. And honestly speaking, we are called officials because it is our duty as public servants, civil servants to kind of do that lah, right? But let's just say my feet are sore from standing around yesterday, right? Of course, I can't share too much of what I was actually doing as part of my official duties. But let's just say I was on my feet for 12 hours, guys. For 12 hours. So if you guys saw my IG story, I was up since 5:30 yesterday. You guys must be wondering, like, what the heck? How are you able to like get up at 5:30 even though you ended stream at around 12 a.m.? You get used to it, right, guys? You get used to it. How is the off in lieu? I have not applied for my off in lieu yet because it will take some time for the off to actually come in or to be registered, which is, yeah. But let's just say this was my first time. This was my first time doing a role in this official capacity of being an election official. I think previously I was called upon to do something like that similarly, but I was on the reserve. So fortunately for me, I did not get activated then. So I don't think I have stood for 12 hours straight. I mean, there was a break in between, but it was mainly a lunch break. But I don't think I've stood for 12 hours straight ever since the last time I was in the army. And the last time when I did so in the army, where I stood for 12 hours straight, was when I was training to march for SAF Day, if you can believe that, right? So I did march for SAF Day many moons ago, many years ago, right, while I was still serving NS. And at that time, the outgoing chief of army, right, was Desmond Quek. If you guys can remember who Desmond Quek is, the head of SMRT, right? So he was probably the chief of army. Sorry, not even chief of army, chief of defense force. That means he was the chief of all the three services in the army, which is the army, navy, and the air force, right? So chief of defense force was Desmond Quek. That was how long ago I actually marched for SAF Day, and that was how long ago I stood for 12 hours straight. So my goodness. Other than that, I can't really reveal much or say much about how I was involved in the election stuff. But let's just say I was the officials. I basically saw a bunch of people, voting and stuff like that. Yeah, you work full day on a holiday. Suppose off in lieu. No, off in lieu is just one day. It's just one day only. I did have lull periods. The lull periods we were allowed to sit, but it wasn't much long after where another few people would stream in. Let me tell you something about elections, right? The great thing about elections is that you see all people from all walks of life. If you ever get a chance to become an election official, right, you really see who are the people that are actually living around you. And I can tell you one thing, having seen and having gone through this once already, right, I kind of know that my estate is a very new and a very young estate, so to speak, because it's a BTO area, right? But my goodness, Singapore really is experiencing an aging population, man. I think I saw a good like 50-50. In fact, not 50-50. I would say 60-40, you know. Like a lot of them are middle-aged to like really old people. And the old people we're talking about from generations ago, because there were a small handful of them, but still there are people. A small handful of them that can only speak like dialect. And that was a problem. It was so problematic to help them and to explain to them how to do the voting process and stuff. And yeah, it's quite an experience. It's a very eye-opening experience. I have to say. Other than the fact that I have to be on my feet 12 hours, but like I said, in between there are breaks, and I think the good thing is that in between, there was a little bit of a lunch break, which allowed me, you know, to go back home and have a good rest, because the polling area that I was assigned to is literally just like 2 minutes walk from my house. Yeah. So I had a 1 hour 15-minute lunch break, which allowed me to vote. Right, the 15 minutes was to let me vote, and then the other hours was for me to come back, have a good rest, have my lunch. But to be honest, the 1 hour also not enough, because I was so damn tired, and it didn't help the fact that the weather yesterday was hot. It was really, really hot. I can only speak Teochew Hokkien, so if a Canto one comes, dude, I used to be able to speak Teochew and Hokkien because my grandma was Teochew, my maternal side grandma lah. And I used to stay with her, so I spoke Teochew with her daily. So like, I only know Tampo, you know, now. I can't, and if you put me on the spot, right, I don't think I can converse with you in Teochew or Hokkien as readily as I used to, because it was moons ago, decades ago, I would say, since I last spoke, you know. I sound like really old, right? It's like it's at least been a decade since I spoke Teochew in full sentences and stuff. So when there's this lady that came over and asked whether or not, you know, I could, like, she did correctly the stamping and stuff, right, the chopping, right. For those of you who voted, you guys will understand that, right? And she asked Oisai boy. That's all I can answer her and say Oisai, yeah, you know. That's all I can say. We can't, and it's so problematic because we're not even supposed to look at the vote, right? It's supposed to be secret. So, a very, very eye-opening experience. I would recommend everyone do it at least once if you have the opportunity to. But I think unless you are a civil servant, you won't be called upon to do it. And lucky you if you don't get called upon to do it. You won't have to experience the struggle and the pain that we have to go through. But I hope I really thank the government that they actually recognize our effort and our work. So not only are we, you know, getting a day off, we also got meal allowance. We got meal allowances as well. So I think that actually is pretty good. And we're also getting paid. So yes, we are getting paid because we are working extra time, all right, on a public holiday. But that being said, the election results came out yesterday, and come on, seriously, guys, you know, was it any surprise that said person was going to win? If you're looking at the quality of the rest of the candidates, I don't think it was a surprise, right? Last time mine was several minutes walk. After moving house, the new polling place is about 20 seconds walk. I think it's just going to get nearer and nearer, and especially now, right? This is just presidential election. It is not like a general election where you're voting for parties and stuff. Now, that one, they cannot just place the election points anywhere, anytime, because there will be a lot of officials and a lot of people involved. Yeah. So this one, I think they took more liberties with it because you're just literally voting for 3 different people, and you can just go down anytime. I think what made it worse yesterday is, and I think this was a very well-known fact, it was also reported in the news as well, things got really rough, I think, in the morning at around 11 a.m. when the system went down. Man, you want to talk about like a huge build-up of the crowd, right? Oh my goodness. I tell you, insane, that one, right? So because the system went down, right? The registry went down. They couldn't scan in like electronically. We had to do manual registration for a bit, and oh my god, like that was a choke point. So I I think the period between so the voting started around 8. Like we allowed people in at around 8, right? Between 8 and 12, the morning period, right? Between the morning to the early afternoon period, it was really, really rough. Simply just because of that. I think it was about half an hour when it was half an hour that it took for the system to actually get restarted back up. So man, that was a huge choke point. And it's crazy, you will see a lot of people, like, even way before 8 a.m, they're already queuing up, right? Hello, Patoru, welcome in! Hey, why you always call me Datuk Encik Abang? Actually, wait, what do they call teachers in Malaysia? Cikgu, right? I wish I was a Datuk. If I was a Datuk, I don't have to be a cher already, right? But anyway, I love my job. Taman is good. We shall see. We shall see. I cannot comment too much about it. But let's just say, is it any surprise that he won? Looking at the quality of the rest of the candidates, you got one guy that's always just, lurking around for pretty girls, and you got another guy that's married to, someone that's questionably younger than him. So, I'll just leave it at that. Did they investigate the cause, technical issue or something? It's technical issues. Nothing but nefarious. I think Singapore's system, there will be they won't have this whole media circus like Malaysia, where suddenly there's a blackout and shit like that, I mean, those of you who are Malaysian on chat, you can verify this with me. Not too long ago, during the Malaysian general elections, there was like this sudden mass blackout, right? For like an hour at the voting centers, and then suddenly, everything came back on, and then next thing you know, one of the parties was like overtaking in terms of the votes and stuff. So, yeah, Singapore will never do that. Also got some good news. You finished your novel. It's gonna be doing a 10-fold edit. What novel is that? Were you reading? 10-fold edit. The candidate's actual way to contribute and how I perceive they would do to represent SG on the world stage. Yeah, honestly, yeah. So I think as a president, right, you're supposed to you'll be representing Singapore, and not just representing Singapore. You'll be representing it to the world, right? So honestly, are you gonna vote for a guy that just lurks and likes to keep talking about pretty girls? And a guy or someone that has a track record, right? They can talk about being independent and stuff. We value independence and stuff, but yeah, we all know who has the better track record, right? Like I said, I'll just leave it at that. Oh, you were writing a novel. Actually, I should shout you out, right, Potoru? Yeah. Oh, so apparently Potoru is a streamer, but apparently he's also writing a novel which he has completed. You'll be editing 10 times before you look for publishing. I see. Oh, you actually plan to get it published. Maybe you should publish a novel about your war crimes. Look at him go. He's peppering, I think, probably like the Nazis, right? I don't know if they actually kill Nazis in this game. But look at that focus, man. He's a VTuber, by the way. Hey, Hamjam, welcome in. It's good to see you. Hello. It's been a while, actually. Yeah, having a wonderful. I'm having a pretty okay day. Today I got a lot of stuff done because it's I'm resting from my hard work of being a polling officer from yesterday. Like I said, 12 hours on my feet, not easy. And Luffy as well, welcome in. Yes, Pineapple. Yes, I know. Mihoyo never got back to you. You sent your second follow-up. Okay, Luffy, how long has it been? By the way, congrats on applying to Mihoyo. How long since then have they not replied? Because Mihoyo and AAA companies in general are infamous for taking ages to reply anyone. Alright, so you can send them multiple follow-up emails and whatnot. They will still take their own ass time to reply to you. Oh, it's about war. Okay, yeah. Alright, I would expect no less from you. Yeah. Political, theological, philosophical has PTSD moments, quite a few flashbacks, and investigation. I am looking forward to it. Hey, do let us know when's it coming out, man. I know a few friends who love like war novels and stuff. I'm not me in particular. I just love mecha. So yeah, The day I post on Discord is the day I applied. MNC so inefficient. No, it's not. It's not. It's inefficient. Is you must remember they are a big company. They have 1,000. It's not just you that's applying, good sir. You must bear that in mind. It's hundreds. You're competing with hundreds and possibly even thousands who want the same role, Mr. Luffy. So it's not that they're inefficient, right? Try being a AAA company and being the HR, man. I tell you, and managing like 1,000 of these people. And even though it's just locally in Singapore, you think that it's not a lot of work. I tell you, it's a whole nother level when you have to pour through hundreds and hundreds of resumes, right? So be patient. It's only been a few days, to be honest, right? It's only been a few days. You applied, right? So did they give you a confirmation? Because I tell you, they have this hiring period. Every major company, right, has a hiring period, okay? So during this hiring period, right, they will be expecting a ton of applications. So until the hiring period is over, they probably won't reply you. So you have to be patient. It could last up to a month. It could go as far as 2 months. When I first applied to NYP, right, you know how long they took to get back to me or not? Can you guys guess? We are talking about a government institution, right? And this is, I'm just telling you the reality of it. In terms of managerial capabilities, they are all very amazing, putting aside what they have to do with their personal life. They're quite I won't deny that they are capable, right? They are all like founders, CEOs of companies and stuff like that, right? Of course they are capable, right? And of course it's no joke. Yeah, 40k down payment, 40k deposit just to be part of the electoral race, right? It means you probably are stacked and you have years of experience, right? You've worked not just saying that you're rich, but you probably have had years of experience working in that role. So I have no doubt about that. But how, based on history and track record wise, how well are they gonna be the next figurehead or the head of state for Singapore is another question itself. Like I said, I cannot foresee someone that, talks about very sussy stuff on Facebook, having that kind of track record as part of the Singapore's, being the head of state in Singapore, and someone who has, a questionably younger spouse as the head of Singapore. Yeah, like I said, I'll leave it at that, right? If this was America, nobody would bat an eye, right? But we are not America, all right? I'm sorry if you're American out there, but we are Singaporeans, okay? We are known for being incorruptible. We are known for having certain standards. And let's just say some of these candidates that I saw, yeah, definitely not for me. And only 1% has a good track record. I'll leave that up to your discretion, alright? Yes, NYP. It took... Okay, so just to let you know, Luffy, it took 3 months for them to get back to me. Alright? And even during that time, 3 months, right? I had to go for one interview, I had to go for a second interview, and even after those interviews, it took them like a month or two to, I think about 1.5 months for them to reply me. And by that time, I just gave up. I just not say gave up, but I just left my current job at that time, which is lecturer in ITE. I just decided to leave, throw a letter and tender all that stuff. And then only like a week after that, they told me, oh yeah, you've been confirmed. So all in all, it actually was I think a 4 or 5 month process. So be patient, Luffy. Even government institution also that you should take it in your stride, Yeah. So be patient. Good things come to those who wait. Yeah. Well, as of late, that sentence has not been very synonymous with Singapore. In fact, the whole issue with one of our ministers being corrupted, has made international headlines as well, which. Again, that's why Lee Hsien Loong, our dear Prime Minister, have to come out during NDP and say that he pledged to make sure our system, right, continues to remain incorruptible, right? I mean, come on, you're paying your ministers tons of money, and yet, in order to prevent them, right, from being corrupted, that was the reason that LKY stated that he would pay minister the millions, right? But yet, you see. There's this saying that they used to have, right? More money, more problems, right? I think now times have really changed. That's the main issue. Times have really changed because now social media basically exposes everything, right? So maybe in the past there have been ministers who have taken, you know, a cut from certain sales and things like that before, but it's just not reported because it's so much easier to cover up. Now, I would say the current crop of ministers have to be doubly as careful as well. So, that just goes to show sometimes, you know, money isn't always money is a means to an end. It can act as a deterrent, but it does not completely prevent people from, you know, turning crop. So I think that whole idea, in my opinion, right, this is my opinion again, right, that whole thing about, you know, paying ministers millions has to change. Yeah. I think 3 of them is 1 million and change. Yeah, exactly, right. Hey, POP this morning low. Congratulations, Bane Streams. Hey, how are you looking forward to your new life in Intel? Then proceed to play VR wearing the LBS. It adds to the feel. Are you serious, Bane? I think army is just right for you, lah. It's just right for you. It's totally. You should have you. It was the right decision for you to sign on. You will, since you absolutely enjoy it. But don't get too xiao on, good sir. Alright, I know you enjoy it. Do check out Bane Streams and give him a follow. He's not only my mod, but he's a variety streamer as well. So show him some love. Playing that
你是中国人吗？ Where are you from?
是，我是中国人。
Are you playing some rando from China? Are you some Chinese rando? Oh my goodness. I find it odd how social media and websites that are uncensored conspiracies all happen to be factual. Okay, they are factual, but how much of it is, you know, fake news, right? Nevertheless, they're not proven guilty yet. So I'm looking at an incident with the raised eyebrow, but nothing more. I really wonder what is actually becoming of the investigation into that particular minister, you know. But I don't want to discuss too much about it either, because I try to avoid being political on this stream. It's just that yesterday was a very happening day, and not just for people in Singapore, but for me. Basically because I had direct contact and had you know, not say direct contact, but I was part of the action itself. I was so tired actually yesterday that I didn't even bother to follow, you know, the election thing. I just like kept up to date on Twitter and stuff, you know, checking Twitter back and forth while I was watching my K-drama with my wife, alright? So that's how uninterested I was, because after past few days of preparing and doing all the setup and hearing all this election talk, I was like, I'm done. I don't want to talk about election stuff. You might resume streaming once you sign the contract. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would think so. We can't wait to see you stream more again. Maybe now there's an opportunity for you to change things up for your stream as well. Can you define fakes and falsehood? Yeah, falsehoods, I say. And also kind of defined by Pofma as well. Right? It's a thing that's uniquely Singaporean, right, guys? Whether you agree with it or not. I'm not a volunteer. Okay, I'm volunteer lah. I'm volunteered by the government. Alright. In fact, all public servants will be subject to this volunteering at some point, right? So as long as you're part of the government system, whether as an educator or an official, I mean, I met a few people there who are from NEA, right? Who are working there who are from NEA. Even NEA also kena like how to run, yeah. Yeah. So we worked at the polling station. Yes. Right? We were involved in setting it up and doing all the other stuff that was there. Right? Again, I cannot reveal too much, right? I can only tell you that I was a polling agent. That's it. Right? What we did there, it's confidential, man. Even though it was quite obvious, you know, some people saw me there. Nobody from the stream or from Discord, you know, that goes to show that none of you actually stay in my area, so thank goodness. I'm not gonna dox, yeah. I heard you can work as part-timer, 12 or 14 per hour. Can you... I'm not sure if you can actually volunteer. If you guys would love to volunteer, great, please do. Because I tell you, a lot of civil servants, public servants, the moment they are told that they're gonna be on duty, they straight away take leave. And you can't stop them because it's their prerogative, it's their right, or even worse, they purposely take MC, you know. Good thing yesterday nobody last minute kena MC. Yeah, there would have been a world of problems for us. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you have a chat over a drink Discord one of these days. What about? What about? I have to be very clear about what are the things, because I'm a public servant. I can't reveal certain things. Even when I come on stream, I have to be very careful, which is why I try to avoid politics. I try to avoid religion. But I guess on Discord it's fine, but I cannot tell too much to you. I saw, but I just stare at you from afar. Sure, sure. Yeah. Yeah, in what context? I think it's important to tell us the context. If it's just like drunken, like shoot the breeze kind of thing, yeah. We can always do it like, you know, IRL, I would say. But okay, anyway, guys, I have to get down to this very quickly because, right, we have a bunch of things to do today. Besides, you know, completing, you know, Wild Liger over here, our nice catty boy over there. I have something to unbox for you guys, like I mentioned. I think I dropped this and I mentioned this on Discord and on my Twitter just before I went live that I just received this only half an hour before the stream started. Alright, and you guys might be wondering, what is this? Actually, it's... Honestly, I also don't know what's inside, but I'm assuming it's merch. I'm assuming it's merch. Let me see. Okay, I cannot show this part because it's got my address. Oh, it is merch. Okay, it is merch. Oh, okay, now I know what it is. Unfortunately, mobility issues going out is rather tricky. Ah, okay. Yeah, okay, then Discord works fine. It works fine. We can just have a hangout session, no problem. Nerve damage really make me sensitive with the elements. Alright. Did you have to vote yesterday, Potoru? Because I think they were trying out online voting for the first time? Yeah, yesterday. Ah, so I hope it wasn't too hard for you. One thing good about voting now is that they are quite sensitive to people with disabilities and stuff. Also, hold on. Why is this thing on? Where's my webcam? There we go. Alright. Yeah, they're quite sensitive to people with disabilities. Why is my camera like this? Hello? Why my webcam? Hello? Webcam? Oh, wait. I don't know what's wrong. Let me deactivate. There we go. Much better. Okay. Yeah, nowadays if you have like disabilities and stuff, usually straight away you jump the queue. Yeah. So I think you wore a heavy jacket. It was so hot. Why were you wearing? Wait, you were wearing the jacket to protect yourself. Also, YT, welcome in. Oh no, what? Okay, I'm assuming you wore the heavy jacket to protect yourself. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna unbox this today. Just to give you a little bit of context, like I said, this came in half an hour before stream. How's your day, by the way, YT? It's good to have you with us again. It literally came in half an hour before stream, and as you can see, there's a little bit of logo there that actually reads Sipher from one to many. All right. I mean, in case you guys don't know, yes, this is from this game that I actually invested in called Sipher. It was a it is rather a play to earn game that is still yet unreleased. And as you guys know, many moons ago, I'm using the word many moons a lot on this stream because there was a super moon as of late. But yeah, this was a play to earn game I invested in many moons ago, many months ago, when NFTs and Axie Infinity was still hot. All right. So this was actually, I think, who was it? Yeah, Luffy, you will probably identify and you probably know what play to earn is. But basically, it's a game where you put money in or you put crypto in and you can acquire items through that crypto in order, right? And as you continue, once you acquire those items and you use those items to play the game, right, you can actually earn money and you can earn crypto back. Right, so that was when I mean, all in now. Are you sure about that though? Okay, crypto play to earn games kind of has taken a nosedive since then. Like NFTs are no longer a thing, Luffy. If you still think that you can actually make money from it, I'm sorry. In fact, I am a little bit cautious about this game because, right, it has recently also gone from, having you to buy assets in the game to a free-to-play game. So not too long ago, this game, right, when they first announced it, right, was supposed to be one where you would have to take crypto, put it into the game to buy stuff, all right, and then from there, you use those assets to play the game, and then you earn crypto back. But now they've made it completely free to play, all right, and it's on the way out. It's called Sipher. The full name is Sipher Odyssey. You can go and check them out on Sipher.xyz, right? It's Sipher.xyz. It's still a game that is in progress because it's a very, very massive game. They're planning to do it on the level of League of Legends. Yes. Avoid the wind and sun. Ah, okay. Can I acquire eternal happiness? Money can be used... Well, money doesn't give you happiness, but it can be used to acquire things that make you happy, alright? I always believe in this phrase, right? More money, more problems, right? So be careful with wanting to acquire money because they say the love of money is really the root of all evil. And I really believe that with all my heart. If you look at people who just simply out to get rich and get money, right? That's how corruption happens, hint, right? So, invest in e-wallet better. Basically, especially mining. Yes. I think mining in Singapore is not very worth it because in Singapore the electrical cost is very high. So unless you are able to invest in a crypto mining farm like overseas, then it's not really worth the farm anymore. And what I do now currently with my crypto is basically I just stake. Yeah, I just stake all day early because that's exactly what it's only good for, right? Staking at this point, because crypto, let's be honest, has kind of faded out of trend, out of existence. It's something. I mean, it still has its users, but it's not the same since it was back in 2020, 2021 when COVID was at its peak. And we have, and I mean, let's be honest with ourselves, right? NFTs have also kind of dead right now, right? I don't know why McDonald's now is just started going into the whole digital asset domain just as of now only. A little bit late to the party, but they still went ahead with it lah. So now they have digital collectibles, in case you guys don't know, right? But I think it's become a norm right now, where you have digital collectibles because. Let's face it, you also don't know when the NFT and the digital collectible market will come back into existence. Now it's more of digital, right? Where you have a physical item and you also have a digital item of that same nature. So, which is what this actually is. And I'll get to that in just a sec. I heard you say too much money. Don't worry, my wallet always open for you to put some in. What do you mean too much? I never say too much money, right? Too much money is bad. No, I didn't say too much money is bad, alright? I said that people, right, who love money so much until they just aim to keep acquiring it, it's a problem. It becomes a problem. So the love of money is the root of all evil. So the fact that you are asking me to put money in to your wallet means you might have that problem, Bane. Put money in your wallet. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. You guys might have that problem, right? Now, you not loving money doesn't mean you give money away. Hello, please, right? But you guys asking for money? So turnabout's fair play. Okay, anyway. Nevertheless, I still determine the future because crypto has viable use. NFTs was just like a fad for a while, and I kind of bought into it, okay, to be honest. I mean, those of you who have been around since the start of my streaming career will know that I actually taken part in play to earn games. I had one that got totally what was the word? There was a rug pull, yeah. Right, I think Luffy was there for the rug pull as well. I was part of an play to earn game that there was a rug pull. I lost a bunch of money. But when you have lessons as painful as that, right? You learn, and so you know to be more cautious in the future already. So yes, I've been through it all, guys. Yeah, and you want to talk about losing money? I mean, I'm not sure if you guys have lost thousands of dollars before. Yeah, not to just any ordinary scam, but through a massive rug pull. Yeah. So how's that for pain? You're spending an account that's less than $300. Don't worry, you'll get there once you sign on, right? And I'm genuinely excited for you, Bane. Play to earn, isn't it Dr. Disrespect's game P2E as well? I think it is, but I haven't really had too much time to look at it. I just know that he has a game out. But I think the more popular one was this game called Axie Infinity, which apparently was very popular in Philippines during the COVID period because basically in the Philippines, everybody lost their, pretty much, I think a good 75% of people that lost their jobs. And they used Axie Infinity, this play-to-earn game, as a source of money. And you know, the USD to peso conversion rate is very high. So there were people literally making like acquiring back their houses, acquiring back stuff that they lost through the game itself. It's actually pretty amazing. And you can actually watch that documentary on YouTube. It's called Play to Earn. I think it's called Play Nation, if I'm not wrong. And there's this part where they were covering about how Axie Infinity was helping the poor in the Philippines and stuff. So that was back then, right? Since then, Axie Infinity has also once again gone free to play, alright? And yeah, I think the value of that crypto, which I believe is the Axie coin, AXS rather, has taken a nosedive as well. So it is a kind of like a lost. It's kind of lost already in that sense. The game is still going strong, but I don't think people are making as much money as they used to from it. There were literally even guilds, right? Actual guilds, you know, built around it. I was told that in any investment, you treat the money, put it as money. Okay, I won't say that, Souls, but I would say only invest in what you are willing to lose. That is the fundamental basis of every single investment you should make in life, alright? Whether it is in property, whether it is in terms of money, banks, and stuff like that, it's so important to only invest what you can afford to lose, alright? So don't put in money that you think you can't afford to lose. That's where the problem starts, alright? My mates attempted to get me into crypto. I informed them it's too unstable and there was a crash in the market. They lost 5 digits. I tend to go conservative and go gold. Now gold is a good investment, I would say, because gold never goes out of trend, alright? But basically for gold, it kind of like just goes sideways. It never actually increases. I think even in this, especially in this current market where everything is digital, gold is very hard to take off, but it is a very stable investment. As is your fixed deposit accounts, as is your savings accounts for, you know, your investments and stuff. Yeah. If I do USD, there is tax. I usually do local SGD. Yeah, you should. Of course, 100%. Gold is used in electronic components, so that as the industry goes, so does gold. Okay, I mean, yeah, fair enough. But it is stable, for sure. If you want to go for something stable, yeah, go for anything material related like silver, gold, what else? Commodities trading, right? That's the old school method of it. I was looking into British pound for currency investment. I would strongly, I strongly advise against Forex unless you really know what you're doing, okay? Not financial advice, but this is from my own personal experience, and Luffy can also attest to that. I would strongly advise against Forex, yeah. Didn't touch it and then Lizzie happened. No, let me tell you, if on the crypto side of things, Sam Bankman-Friedman happened, right? So that guy is I'll never forgive him. Anyway, let's talk about this because, like I said, okay, this play-to-earn game is still in development, and I still have high hopes for it. Basically because they have been following up with whatever they have planned to release, right? So not too long ago, you guys saw. Maybe I'll give you a bit of context, right? You're gonna see a little bit double for a bit, right? Because if you look at my the shelf of toys here, right? They actually have followed up with one of their promises that those people who invest in the game, invest a certain amount in their game, will actually get a sculpture. So this is one of their sculptures from the Sipher game itself, based off one of the characters which is not released yet, alright? I don't know how many of you have seen this on stream. I think those of you who came in many moons ago will have noticed this. But yeah. It's a little bit of a furry. I actually cleaned her up today, so I think I did a pretty good job. It's literally dust free and stuff. Alright, so this is what Sipher is about. Basically, you play as like, you know, bipedal humanoid creatures. Alright? And go around blasting stuff a la, you know, League of Legends style, right? It's a little bit dusty on the butt area. But yeah, alright. So they have followed through with a lot of their promises. So this was the first thing they delivered to the people that actually invested in their game, right? So it's not without like any good cause, you know, that, you know, like, they don't just live on empty promises. So I'm so glad that they followed through with this. I'm not gonna tell you how much I invested though, but you know, it was a pretty good investment that they followed through. And even if the game fails, at least, you know, I got a nice sculpture out of it. Yeah, I know. Well, I remember that was the BS that wiped my mates dry. Yeah, I mean, like I said, with any investment, just, you know, be mindful, right? Yeah, just invest only in what you're willing to lose. So that's one of the things that, you know, have they have followed through with their promise, and they're still in the midst of building the game. I think they've shown some preliminary gameplay, which I will show you later. Clean her off with what's, yeah? The abs. Yeah. Tissue, what else? Because it's dusty, when you have an open shelf like that, you know, it catches a lot of dust every single day. Actually, I took down most of my toys today, right? And I cleaned the entire shelf. Basically wiped it clean. Every single one of these toys, and then I used a compressed air to spray to clean some of the hard to reach areas of these toys. So yeah, that looks like the green haired dame from One Punch Man. The psychic girl, right? She does have green. Actually, her hair is like green and purple. Yeah, green and pink actually. Yeah. So anyway, guys, for this whole shelf, right, I plan to put some LED lights at the back, lah. So you know, you guys can see it clearer while I'm streaming and while I'm doing just chatting and stuff. The problem is I have LED lights ready to be set up. I don't have proper connectors for it. I think that's the main issue at this point. Yeah. But yeah. I'm going to show you guys what comes with this. So again, the game is called Sipher, and I think what they have delivered is some merch. Right. So Sipher, if you're watching this. Yeah, I hope you guys, you know. Oh, okay. So recently, Sipher had their closed beta testing, right? So that's why I have high hopes for it, right? Also, I have a code here. $20 off the Sipher store. Okay, get $20 off from our future official merchandise store as a token of appreciation. Oh, there we go. Well, it's not worth much, the $20. But yeah, because their toys are probably going to be really expensive. But you can tell this was from COVID times, right? Because they even sent a mask, right? Like, I can't remember when's the last time I actually wore a mask. Like, COVID feels like a bad dream now. So shit, man. Oh, it's not too bad. They got like this very nice Sipher mask down here. All right, very cool, very cool. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm actually gonna have a use for this in the future anymore. Like, I don't even have to teach with this. But I guess it's a really cool mask, so that's nice. Yeah, you can tell this was from the COVID period, lah. That's how long they took to deliver the merch, right? We got a bunch of stickers here. This is one of their characters that's apparently coming out. Buru. Yeah, this is their logo of the game. Very simple, Sipher, right? Okay, but more importantly, I think I just want to find out what the merch is. I hope you guys are ready as well. Oh shit. Okay, I'm very careful with these types of unboxing because, yeah, I don't want to tear the... I know how people, they usually tear into their products and stuff, but I like to open up my stuff very nicely. No, I'm not gonna tear it. I'm just very... Oh my god, okay. I'm just very careful. I just like to open it very nicely because it deserves. Like a child on Christmas, nah. Oh wait, there's a... Okay, there's okay, there we go. Oh no. Okay, there's some scotch tape here. Okay, never mind. I tore it up already. This shows how long this thing has been stuck here. but it's all good. Slice off the sellotape? Nah, it's fine. There we go. Oh, okay. So this is a Sipher t-shirt. Okay, very nice. Okay, so they said that there was a Sipher t-shirt and there was a hoodie inside. No knife I actually have a knife. I'm just lazy to take it out. Yeah, but here we go. Alright, nice thick Sipher t-shirt. Okay. Yes, inside it contains a hoodie and this very nice Sipher shirt. Which I thought actually the design could be a lot better. So actually if you read this in its entirety, it actually spells Cypherian. Okay, actually if you look at the font, yeah, it spells as Cypherian. Ara. Okay. Very nice. Cool beans. Right. Actually not too bad, not too bad. I love it's very thick, guys, right? The quality. It's actually very thick, like. Huh. I'm quite amazed at the quality of this, and there's also yeah, guys, this is the website that they are doing their game on. It's called Cipher.xyz, coming to a console and a PC near you, right? So go check them out. I think they are still one of the many projects that you know they are still very, very promising, right? They also made the people who made this game are also the same people that made Axie Infinity. And the same people who invested in Axie Infinity also are invested in this game as well, okay? And also, this is a safety pin, so let me take that out real quick. Please tell me... www.cipher.xyz okay. I mean, if you put it that way, yes, that's not wrong. www.cipher.xyz. What did I say? What exactly did I say? Hey, Woofy, welcome in. How's your Saturday? We are just unboxing some merch that we got from a game that I put some money in. Ara 2x. No, that was my streamer bot. It's not me. So streamer bot, if I say the words like mom, there we go. It's a auto voice mod. I used to say the word mommy, but it just doesn't come out right. Yeah. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, you're tired? Yeah, okay. I completely understand, White Wolfie, because I was extremely tired and I'm still recovering a bit. Like I said, I was mentioning earlier in the stream, I'm still recovering from the events of yesterday, because I was in an active role. But more importantly, I hope your day is good. Were you like working today or something, or did you like go out and stuff? Sus and all is sus. I mean, sus is what you want to make of it, right? Like if I tell you stuff like, for example, hey, I'm coming to a PC near you, that in of itself can sound sus also. It depends on how you want to make of it. All right, so this is a very nice T-shirt. Probably I should like flip the thing. Why is tunat on, sia? My god. Oh, you freelance. That's why you did work today. Right. I think you meant you did work today, right? Not today. Or you've been working. Well, okay, guys, this is very nice. This is sick. I don't know if this is an appropriate song for an unboxing, but yeah, okay. I opened song request and I promise that I'll keep it on. Okay, but yeah, alright, very nice. Actually, I feel like wearing this now. So let me just turn off my... Just flip the camera out really quickly so I can go and change it. Oh yeah, Patoru, you're a freelance copywriter as well, right? You realize that. Yeah, I should probably just wear this. Give me a sec, guys. Oh, very sassy. Yeah. No peeky for you. I'm just changing it very, very quickly. But yeah, I'll leave that a bit of imagination to you. Anyway, I won't show my dad bod. I'm striving to hit my dad bod very soon. Yeah. Sounds so weird changing to this Tunat song. Throw clothes on the table with the chorus hit. Yeah. I'm here for the slip cam, yo, Ziggs, welcome in. No slip cam, no slip cam. All right. We all very TOS here, okay? We all very TOS. Okay, see, nice. Oh shit. Oh, this is medium size, by the way. Oh, it should. Good thing that this shit still fits me. Actually, it's supposed to be oversized shirt. I probably should have ordered an L. Then it would be nicer. But this actually fits just nice. Yo, look at that. Holy shit. All right. Got a little bit of the Sipher action in the back. No, I don't want I'm wiggling my butt, but yeah. Welcome in, Ziggs, by the way. Let me shout you out. Good sirs. Speaking of which, I already dad bought since I'm 5 years old. I think I just No, if you're malnourished, you won't have a dad bod, right? Shoutouts to Ziggs View. Oh, just as the ads came on. I apologize for that, Ziggs. I hope you have been good. I hope you are not just here for the slip cam. But he's on one of my mods as well. He's a variety streamer too. I don't know. I can't remember when's the last time you streamed, but I hope you come back soon. Please help me get Ziggs View to come back, guys, to stream. What's that? Ghost of Tsushima launch? Ooh. Also, I realized I didn't change my tags on my on my title, but I that's fine. Yeah, I know. Hey, no need to shout out. I know, of course. Anybody here who's a streamer, I will shout out. Hey, you came back. Hey, you played. Wait, you played Armored Core 6. I am so jelly. I want to get that game. Okay, I can get that game, but it's just that I'm too busy trying to complete Breath of the Wild. How is AC6 been for you so far? I hope it's been good. When do you stream? When did you stream? I didn't even realize that you streamed not too long ago. Maybe my notifications did not fire because I set you as one of the streamers that I follow on my Discord. Like on my own Discord. Toasty streams. Oh, you streamed just yesterday, yeah. You streamed on Friday itself. Oh, okay, maybe because it was public holiday. Oh, dude. Okay, I should have popped on over. But yeah. Go give Ziggs a follow, right, guys? Just came back. Welcome back to Twitch. Okay, we are about to complete. Let's open up. Okay, so they gave us a T-shirt. There's one last thing that we have to unbox, which is the hoodie. So after that, we'll be pretty much done. And of course, I'm gonna be keeping this box for memory's sake. Wow, they put a lot of unnecessary paper inside here, guys. What's this for? Like, it's nothing. There's nothing here. Holy shit. Wow, they use a lot of talk about saving the environment. Anyway, I thought I would never get through the tutorial boss, but so far so good. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I was told the boss fights are incredibly difficult. Incredibly difficult in this game. But I'm looking forward to try it out myself. I was told that if you're not a Soulsborne player, and which a lot of the old Armored Core fans are, yeah, they aren't really, you know, Soulsborne players, you won't really enjoy those boss fights, but yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, I love my mecha game, so I have to try it out at least. Yeah. Oh, by the way, it's funny that you guys requested this Outcast song because recently I've been listening to a lot of Outcast songs. Oh shit! Wrong Fito check, wrong Fito check. Let me swap back. Hey Jeff, welcome in, man. How are you? Wait. I redeem for you the right Fito check, okay? I redeem for you. This one wrong. Only on Just Chatting. How's your day, by the way? DJ. Can we shout out DJ Jeff? Yeah, this is the correct Fito check. Right. There's a plain black tee today with Sipher on the back, you know. It was kind of supposed to do that. But yeah. It's got some words on the back, can't really see it. But yeah. There you go. Shouts to DJ Jeffy. He's a DJ. It spins all your favorite beats, including EDM, bass, What else? I don't know. I can't remember. But welcome to the stream. We are doing an unboxing of some merch for a game that I put money into. Hey. Who clipped this? Because whatever song this is, it's fantastic. Amazing stuff. Yeah, he plays a lot of Euro Truck Simulator as well, so go give him a follow if you're into that kind of stuff. How was your public vote holiday, Mr. DJ? Because I hope you did your part. You went out and you got to voting. All right. Oh, you clipped it yourself. That's great. That was a great song to clip to. Also, this is what they delivered. So this is this is not a hoodie actually. I just realized that. This is actually a bomber jacket. Wow. Okay. Oh wait. Yeah. Okay. So Okay, I remember when I invested in this game, right? When I put money into this game, yes, they said that there were 2 tiers. So I think I went for the tier that allowed me to get the bomber jacket. Okay. You were in queue at 8 AM. So you were one of those people that wanted to go JB. Okay, so we are saying that those people that come early, right, to vote for the president in the presidential election are those people that want to go JB. So were you one of those? And I think this is the first time I see something outside of a concert, right, where 1,000 people were in queue, in the morning. Oh my god, what is this? This is so jarring. Is this Plankton AI singing? What is this? Diamonds? Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, you guys do you. The Plankton AI stuff has been getting a bit out of hand on TikTok, but I love how some people are doing it. It's amazing. But yeah. So apparently they gave me a bomber jacket. Holy shit. Okay, that's cool. Okay, I think this one deserves the double view. So give me a sec. Oh my god, it's so jarring. Guys, can I skip this song? I love Plankton. I love the Plankton AI stuff, but yeah, let me get it's just too distracting. Okay, anyway. Oh shit! Look at that! It's a bomber jacket. Maybe I need to take a few steps back. Let me not crash into my. Oh, she's a pretty. Wait, hold on. There's something inside. Is there something inside? Oh no, it's not. Oh, but there's Sipher. There's a word. The Sipher word down here. Okay, I'm not sure if you guys see it, but there is the word Sipher down here. I think it's too bright. Let me power off my lights for a bit. Then you guys can see. It's just too bright at the moment. There's some words here. Cipherian. Yeah, you guys can see the word cipher here now? Yeah, kinda. Right, so that's actually I don't know why they put it in whites, yeah. It's supposed to be black. A bit of a missed opportunity. I kinda wish this was in black. This is the game that you invested, right, that you mentioned before? Yeah, the cipher lah, the cipher thing. Yes. So I think you were around when I mentioned that it's a play to earn game lah. Yeah, so I invested quite a fair bit of money to it. Okay, I kind of don't really like this because the words are in white. I think based on the design, thanks by the way, Jeffy, yes, it is a very nice jacket, but holy shit, they should have, you know what they should have done? They should have made the words black. It's a bit weird to have it in white, and you literally can't see the words. Okay, but I'm gonna try it out. Oh, it's actually very warm. Oh shit, I might wear this when I go Japan next time. It's actually very cool. Oh, shit. I'm like a freaking Gundam pilot now. A little. Oh, damn. It's actually a pretty good quality jacket. I'm not gonna lie. Wasn't expecting much from it. Oh, I hope I don't spoil it. Give me a sec. The zipper's stuck. Jialat, yeah. Told you guys I'm working towards my dad bod. Is it reflective wording? I think it is. I think it might be. Give me a sec. My dad bod is getting in the way. I think it might be reflective. I don't know. It may or may not be. I'm not sure if I can see it, but I'll probably have to check it out off screen. I don't think it's reflective, unfortunately. Is it glow in the dark? Let me test that out. If it's glow in the dark, it's not showing. It's not showing just yet. I doubt so. Wait Can't really see. Because my computer lights are like still like giving off the hue. Yeah, it's not glowing in the dark. I wish it was. Well, okay, one can dream, right? Let me change my lights here. A little bit too bright. There we go. But yeah, okay, I like the quality. It's actually really comfortable and really warm. Which I think it's all the hallmarks. Oh shit, I look like a freaking one of those gamers now. One of those pro gamers, you know. If I can only just get this to zip up. I'm such a noob. Wait. There we go. Yeah, okay, much better. Much better. Okay. Alright. There we go. Shit, man. I look like freaking like... I look like a freaking ace pilot. I think one of those gamers, they tend to have like, you know... they tend to have this kind of like, you know... tracksuits and stuff. But holy shit, this is actually very warm. All you need now is a B-29 Super Fortress, yeah. I guess. Game Gear. Oh, this is actually... I don't know what size did I ask for. Is this M? Wait, let me check the packaging. Is it M? It isn't. This is a freaking M, eh. Like shit, I should have bought like an S or something. This is like really like... Okay, but if it's an S, probably wouldn't have enough space to wrap around my belly and do this, you know. But yeah, this is actually really cool. I like it. Oh my god. You know, for something that is from a game itself and a game that's not even released yet, I would say this is actually really good. Yeah. Where this go eat curry noodles? Nah! Obviously not. It's gonna be a disaster waiting to happen. A food disaster waiting to happen. But okay, I like it. I like it. I hope you guys like it as well. Look at this. Holy shit. It makes me look fat. But then again, it's called a bomber jacket for a reason, right? Not too shabby itself. I kind of like the colors. I might put some pins here because it looks very empty. The only thing that is visible here is the words itself, and then there's the Sipher tag here, as you guys can see, right? But that's about it. I would say it's pretty good. It looks like spacewear, to be honest. Yeah, it is. It does look like I could be an astronaut, you know, like floating in space and shit. Okay, but like maybe one day I feel like if it's a cold day and stuff like that, I may wear this to build like my gunpla and or stuff like that. Actually, that would be pretty nice, don't you guys think? Yeah, maybe I wear this to build gunpla, you know. I mean, then I have like a little bit of cleavage showing. No, I'm just kidding. Not here, nothing down here. Thanks for the alert, Jeff. Yeah. Oh yeah, Starfield just came out, right? Maybe I play Starfield in this jacket, if I ever get down to playing that game, by the way. I hope you do enjoy your Starfield. I've heard good things about it, but I still won't get it just yet because again, way too many games coming out. I might get it when it's on discount or something, right? So I don't know. Yeah, Starfield. Maybe I should wear this and play Starfield.
I have a seizure.
Hey, boss. Hello, Tidal. What's up? What's up? What up, boss? Hello, boss. I have seizure. Welcome in, man. You just missed. Well, you just came to the tail end of me doing all the unboxing for this game that I invested money in to play. Play to earn game called Sipher. Again, actually, this is how big the box is. Actually, really small, and I'm surprised they actually managed to fit this bomber jacket in. Right, I think that's the insane thing. So to complete the package, I think this is kind of what you have to do. You should just wear the mask and you become like a freaking. We complete the look. We look like a gamer now. Damn. But okay, you just finished your first run of Armored Core 6. Hey, congrats on beating the final boss then. I'm sure it's no easy feat because I've seen the gameplay and holy shit, I'm scared to play it. I'm legit scared to play it. But okay, cool stuff, cool stuff. Hey, so that means now you can play multiplayer lah, I assume. So good on you. I'm still waiting to clear Breath of the Wild first before I proceed. But there you have it, guys. This is the complete look of the unboxing. Alright. I'm actually very impressed. Holy shit. Oh, and actually I do look a little bit like a stormtrooper. There's a lot of pockets here, guys. You can put your pen here, you can put stuff here. This is really great for a cold night out, you know. Although the zippers are a bit hard to zip back up, to be honest. They're not very smooth. Okay, but then again, I wasn't expecting much, but for this to come this early, man, okay. I dig it, I dig it. Cool jacket, by the way, thank you, thank you. Yes, this is actually from a game, like I said down here, right? Sipher. Okay, Sipher. I'm a Sipherian, right? So again, in case you guys want to know, this is the game that I've put money in not too long ago. It's called www.sipher.xyz. Okay, so you can go and check them out. Actually, let's go and check out some of the gameplay. This is actually very hot. I am not used to wearing masks after so long. Let's show you guys what you guys are in for. I think this is pretty much the website. Yeah. So this is their this is their alpha gameplay at the moment, and by the way, for an alpha, this is really good, as you guys can see. So Sipher is a multiplayer looter shooter ARPG. Okay, so they went from like something they want to do is kind of like League of Legends to something that is now more of like a shooter looter RPG. Set in a dreamlike universe of alien worlds, vibrant characters. Okay, so they're building a really massive universe. Yeah. Set game just chatting. It's fine. I think we can leave it at makers and crafting. It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, this is what the game pretty much looks like right now, and this is the concept art for it. Is there gameplay for this? Player-driven economy. Okay, so this is the guy that invested in the game. He's called Michael Arrington. These are the people that also invested not too long ago in Axie Infinity, the other play-to-earn game. So, yeah, if you guys don't know what Axie Infinity is, go and check it out, man. It's another play-to-earn game. So, the same people that invested in Axie Infinity and putting their money in this game. However, there we go. These are all the backers, and if there's only a way I can get a hold of the gameplay. Okay, but these are the people that built the game. Tin Nguyen. Okay, I've been following this guy quite closely. He's the founder and the world architect, the guy that's building the game together. And most, I would say all of them are Vietnamese, right? If you want to be a part of a very strong games industry, right, I would say that Vietnam is actually picking up very quickly in terms of the games industry. So they're doing a lot of good stuff over there in Vietnam. Like their mobile games industry over there is getting stronger and stronger each day. So that is the place actually, if you want to make games, you know, that's a good place to actually head to, alright? So this is their company. They had like a few getaways and stuff, right? You know, they're still looking for people actually. And as you saw just now, this was this looks pretty much like the sculpture that I showed you guys just now, right? So this is again something that they are building. It's just it's an in-game model itself. Okay, I want to get down to the, is it the FAQ? Where's the blog? Sees designs has to ask where tail. Not all creatures have to have tails. It's like saying that heroes have to wear capes and stuff. And as Edna Mood famously quoted once, no capes, right? It's bad in terms of like, you know, the dynamics and stuff. It gets trapped and, you know, gets all gets wrecked and stuff. Let's look at news. Is there news of the gameplay? Okay, so they've released comics and stuff to kind of like hype the players up for the coming of the game, but I am okay. So there's closed and open. Okay. Looking forward to close and open. The entire team has poured their hearts into game development updates. Okay, so as you can tell, this game has been in development, and okay, I feel that there's a reason why this game is not out yet, because they're really pouring a lot of heart and energy into this game, as you can tell, right? I don't think this game is going to be a rug pull like many other, you know, play-to-earn games have been already. I think they have been building this for close to 1.5 years already. Yeah, so seeing the progress that they have made since then. Now they did promise like an initial release date this year and Q3. Now Q3 is almost come and gone, and they have again pushed the date further back, but you can tell that this is literally they just shipped out like their merch stuff, right? So this is the merch that we got, right? You see the boxes of merch there? That's exactly what we got here, right? On stream, right? This Sipher stuff. So they're just shipping it out, and I think these are the last batches of the goodies. Okay, so Aether Labs is busy shipping online, offline, literally. Limited edition Aetherversary merch and exclusive Neko Dutch auction, which is this the thing that I was part of. Okay, it was an auction. All right. Rewards are piling up in the office and have been shipped out to the community. It's been a blast seeing your reactions as you receive the merch. All right, Sipher. Yeah, if you're seeing this, great stuff, quality stuff. Okay, you guys. I don't know if they're actually watching, but yeah, I tagged them in my Twitter post. Yeah. So is there? Wait, there should be. Okay. All right. This is what I want to show you guys. So this is kind of like a preview of the gameplay, and it's kind of timely that somebody put on the Gundam Wing OST. Give me a sec, guys. I'll let you guys hear the sounds yourself. It does look a bit like League of Legends, right? Hi Sipher also won. Send gift thanks. No, you gotta invest. You gotta invest in. You gotta put money in your game in order you want to get this stuff. It don't come cheap, by the way. Let me tell you that. I am here. No, I'm not saying. Wait, did I say Dex? Okay, but welcome back in. But yeah, you can tell this game. Oh, there's more as well. I think I've not seen this one. It's pretty much the same. But yeah, this has become more of a looter shooter sort of game than a actual League of Legends game. But you can tell that they had designs to turn this into sort of like League of Legends. But so far so good. I think I'm liking what they have so far. And let's see what this guy has to say. Okay, so they are doing a closed alpha now. I wish I was part of it.
Morning.
But
So excited to be here. It's been 18 months since we set out to build.
yep,
this
so it's been
exciting
1.5 years,
game
guys.
Called Sipher Odyssey. We have brought on board so many amazing, talented people who joined the team and really strengthened our capabilities as a game studio. It's been a great journey so far.
Sorry, let me lower the
We are excited
song request
to be
volume.
bringing this game into closed alpha to our amazing fans who are waiting to play this game.
Alright, so this will tell you more about the game, I
Sipher
guess.
Odyssey brings together action, role-playing, and a touch of roguelike fun, along with a card collection metagame. We decided to build it from scratch, using the power of Unreal Engine 5, the most cutting-edge engine there is. Our internal team poured our hearts and soul into every aspect, including art, production, concept design, visuals, VFX, sound effects, and of course, game mobile optimization. And guess what?
Oh yes, it's going to be on mobile as well, guys.
Playing together, uniting everyone for a shared adventure. So
it's kind of like Mobile Legends Bang Bang 2.
To ensure smooth multiplayer experiences with low latency, fast matchmaking, and overall a super enjoyable experience. Being a roguelike game, we carefully merge storytelling and narrative elements with the gameplay. Many days were spent brainstorming and crafting a saga for Sipher to explore, embarking on their journeys and uncover the hidden secrets awaiting them in these worlds. At the core of Sipher Odyssey lies an action-packed game. Throughout your journey, you'll encounter challenges that demand not only your mechanical skills and quick reactions, but also tactical thinking and strategic planning. As a player, you can easily pick up Sipher Odyssey, immerse yourself in it, and enjoy the experience. Making games is one
So
thing,
if we don't
but
invest, we
making a
can't
fun
play.
and engaging
Okay,
game
so now
for
they have
a
made the
wide
game
variety of
free to play,
audience
if I
is
am
a
not
whole new
wrong.
different challenge.
Right, so whether or not
At
you
our
have
studio,
invested in the game
we
or not,
invite
you will get a
playtesters
chance to
to our
play.
special game room weekly. We
I
sat
think
over
the
their
other
shoulders,
thing
look
that
at
they
play,
have done.
look at their every reaction.
Okay, let me pause for a bit. The other thing that they have done as well is they are, another game that has done something similar is called Titan Arena. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it. So Titan Arena, they kind of did something similar to Brawl Stars. So it's like it's a looter shooter as well, but a top-down version. But it's a version which allows you to earn crypto as well as you play the game. So it's kind of in the style of Brawl Stars, and they are doing the same thing where if let's say you are a free-to-play player for the game, you get a free-to-play character. You will earn less rewards than those people who actually bought something in the game. Yeah. So this game will probably be running in that manner as well. Will be run in that manner where if let's say you get something for free, you'll earn less rewards than those that who actually put money in the game. Yeah. I think that's the direction that they are heading at least.
Look at their every movement and see what worked and what doesn't work for them. For me, the exciting part is seeing this ever-increasing progress that we're making in our game and receiving the minute feedback that we haven't imagined of. What you're about to get your hands on is an early version of the final product. This is a work in progress. This is a game in the making. We know there are shortcomings. We know there are bugs. We know there could be crashes. However, we cannot be more excited to build this game together with you. So please bear with us, help us, give us great feedback, give us criticism, give us
yeah, you can see like the sculpture that I have is actually right here. So they actually made a ton of these to give to those people that invested. Yeah.
advice on how we can improve this game. We have set up a process in place to ensure that you as our playtesters can get all the early support as soon as possible. Every game developers want the best for their game, and so do we. So please, spend your time in the game, spend your time playtesting, give us all your feedback, and from that, we will make this game great.
Let's go. All right. Yeah, that's Sipher Odyssey for you guys over here. So I'm very excited for this game. It is like it's been 1.5. Okay, so given the timeline, right, that this game has been given, as part of the time frame that they've been given to develop this game is actually considered very short. Like, I was really doubtful that they can actually complete this in 1 year, and the fact that they are able to get so much out in 1.5 months is quite a step in the right direction. It doesn't look like they're gonna move on from this game anytime soon, So what do you unbox besides unboxing our heart? Oh my god, Yoru, welcome in, sir. Wow, Yoru coming in with that Riz. Shoutouts to Mr. Yoru Hitami. Again, guys, if you're seeing ads, you know what to do. I am on Punch as well. Exclamation point Punch. If you want to find out where else I'm streaming that is ad free, you know, can pop on over there as well. But shoutouts to Yoru Hitami.
Acknowledge me.
How was your election day and how was your Alama looking at Shani Seoul? That's Shani, right? What's going on? Streamer has left the stream. Come on, take over. Wow. Okay, I've not seen that clip before, but yeah. I hope your election day was good. I hope your holiday was good. Yeah, I just unboxed this. So in case you guys have not seen it yet, this is the thing that I unboxed, right? You're seeing double, right? Okay. Sipher Odyssey shirt. So again, this is the game that I invested money in, and I just unboxed a bunch of merch that they actually gave me, and it's looking really good. It's looking really good. I'm also getting really hot under the collar here, guys. Yeah. Sorry, what again? I'm on kick. Yeah, it's a game that I invested money in called Sipher Odyssey. So I just unboxed it, and all of this just came in this box. So it's basically merch from the game, right? This game is not released yet, and we were just talking about it earlier. So again, it's a I think it's gonna be a free-to-play game. It should be a free-to-play game, but if you actually put some money into the game, you can actually earn crypto from it. So I hope it's going in that direction still, where it's still play to earn, but as a free-to-play player, you will probably get less rewards, I assume. Yeah. So that's what it is. I'm very hyped for it. They have made a lot of big promises. So yeah, I hope they do follow through. And so far, like I said, they've been following through on those promises, which is why I am still very much invested in the game. I'm very looking forward to seeing what they come up with. And again, that is www.sipher.xyz. Okay, that is the website. Yeah. I lost $900 on last Friday. Hey, Luffy, every time you say that, it's like we don't suffer the loss as well, okay? It's just paper loss, alright, I'm assuming. Are you telling me that you actually sold while the crypto when the crypto actually dropped? Anyway, guys, right, again, don't, because I tell you and share this with you, right, you guys go and make a rash decision and actually go and, you know, invest in this game, and especially invest money in this game with money that you can't afford to lose. Again, if you should only invest with things that you are willing to lose, right, or can afford to lose, right? And again, this is the basic thing with every single investment. Only invest what you're willing to lose. Alright? Wow, I already took out from my treasure chest account. Go put back. Again, not financial advice, okay? I'm just saying, only invest. If you come at me and you tell me that, wow, I lost $900, that means this is something that you're not willing to lose, alright? When it comes to investment, you must be willing to take some losses. Right? Of course, don't make stupid decisions also lah. Like when the crypto price drop, you go and sell. No, hold for long term. Be like Toto. I wouldn't recommend Toto either. I won't recommend 4D. Right? Okay, let me tell you, the odds of you getting $1 million is higher. Okay, if you invest then as opposed to you actually putting money and buying 4D. Right, statistically speaking, it's literally a 1 in a million chance, right? Or 1 in a 6.5 million chance. Sure. Not everyone plays like 4D, right? So 1 in a million chance, literally every single time, right? Whereas in investment, you know, if you acquire it and you slowly build long term over time, you have a higher chance of becoming a millionaire, you know, rather than overnight. And anyway, overnight success is hard to come by, right, guys? Risk to reward is high. Again, your risk appetite may differ. Again, not financial advice, alright? So do what you will with that information. I'm just telling you, statistically, 4D and Toto, right, is 1 in a million chance of you winning, right? I just ask anyone, right? Just ask every one of your relatives or your friends who have been buying 4D and Toto consistently. Have they actually won anything major? Right, and there's your answer. I won $10 once. I bought $5 both times for 4D. Or for Toto, okay? Yeah, but like how often, right? After how many times you have put $5 in, and then did you get back anything in return because of after you put that money in? Hey Zenas, welcome in. It's either 50-50. It's like gacha, right? It's like gacha. But the rates are, let me tell you, the rate is worse than gacha, okay? 4D, alright? Twice, you profit $10 only. Okay, so there's only 2 times that you won back, right? My family also buys since I was young, but always buy small. Also, so win also not big. Then always, no buy this. Exactly, right? What for you put yourself through that? You know? Right, you go small, of course you get back small returns. You go big, then of course the loss is also bigger. Like Luffy, you yourself mentioned, risk to reward is higher, right? Actually, to be honest, do you think our generation now have to do investing, or are we able to be... Okay, let me tell you guys something about this. I feel that if you guys don't invest right, you will be hit by inflation. You will feel the very, very, imminent effects of, inflation itself. I can guarantee you that, all right? Inflation is hitting people very, very hard. Let me tell you guys that right off the bat, all right? It's no joke. It really is no joke, right? Now, years ago, if you don't invest, it's still fine, all right? But I think in this day and age, right, especially generations moving forward, we have to teach them how to invest if we're going to overcome inflation. Now, it's not just enough to earn a steady income, right? Which in of itself is already a big issue, right? You also need to use investment to kind of like overcome the inflation. So I think this is something I wish I had learned earlier, and that is investment can help you, alleviate a lot of the challenges in life. In fact, now I'm starting to think back that, if I had invested earlier, I wouldn't have felt the pain of losing so much during this during this bearish market. So now it's a bear market, which means everything is kind of down, right? So now for me, I'll be very open and honest with you guys, right? Everything is pretty much in the red for me, alright? But I'm not the kind of person that looks and see the thing is in red, right? And then I'm like, oh shit, we're in deep trouble, right? I buy long, right, and I sell long as well, right? So I look at the long term, I don't look at the short term, right? And I think when you do investment, you cannot be short-sighted. At least with gacha, you get something for the money you put in. It's still possible to maybe sell the thing if you don't want it. Exactly, right? Whereas 4D, there's nothing. You get the numbers, you win or you don't win, right? Meanwhile, my Disney stock is losing money. Ayo, I tell you, Disney, I'm so glad that Okay, so I actually pulled out of Disney. I had Disney stocks previously because I play options, right? So I actually got hold of the Disney stock, and then later, before Disney, I think I sold my Disney stock when it went up by like $50. It's not $50. Like I got $50 out of that stock when I sold it. Yeah. I was like playing it safe because I knew it wasn't gonna stay up there for very long. Anyway, Disney stock plummeted, right? Mainly because of, they are not doing well in many areas. Yeah. Ahsoka is a great series though. No one ever taught you and you don't know where to start. Start by looking online. There are a lot of YouTube. Okay, and of course, go to those people that are they have a track record. All right. Don't buy courses. I would say a lot of these things that you want to learn are readily available online. So you can go online and you can just go and search YouTube, how to start investing. All right, and look for Singaporeans. Right. There are a lot of people that in Singapore that teach you about investing. One good place to start is who's the duo that actually draws these comics about living in Singapore and the financial stuff in Singapore, right? Yeah, I follow their Instagram and their TikTok, but I keep forgetting their name. Look into ETFs. ETFs is a good thing. Is a good stock to invest in when you first start. Yes. Yeah, I mean, don't bother about IPL. Don't have to learn so fast. Zoro Sword can ban one. Oh, wait. Are you talking about if One Piece live action wasn't bad, anything is possible? I have not watched the One Piece live action just yet, but I maybe we can do a watch party for it when I come back. Honestly, I'm not a One Piece fan, so everybody's hyping it up. I'm like, I'm more of a Star Wars person than a mecha person, you know. I thought Locana would have pushed Disney Disney prices up, but other things crashed. In general, the stock market now is very bad. But you know, when the stock market is back now, it means there is a good buying opportunity for people, especially if you go in now. Yeah. Frankly, I don't think Disney fully knows what they are doing with their IPs and talent. They are doing good stuff. They have hired the right people, especially for, I think, the Star Wars series. But at the moment, it's not yielding fruits in many other areas. Goodness me, they even did Haunted Mansion. Like, come on, like, seriously? They are just taking a net and then casting it into the ocean and hoping there's some good return out of it, you know? I like using Amazon. I threw at Amazon, earned like $40 profit, and now still green. Oh, I never invested in Amazon. I feel that, okay, they are FANG stock, right? Those of you who do investment will know what is a FANG. But I never trusted them because I feel that Jeff Bezos is very scummy, right? And you just have to take a look at what's happening on Twitch right now to understand that. Find a reputable and regulated stockbroker to deposit money. I would say you don't even need a regulated stockbroker, actually. You just need to find someone that can guide you, you know, into those areas of investing, right? Don't buy a course, by the way. You don't have to learn. Oh, now I learned my investing through a course, which in hindsight now, looking back, actually I didn't have to, right? There were actually a lot of people out there that could have helped me along the way. But the course that I took really helped kickstart my interest in investing, and I still have no regrets attending that one. In case you're wondering what course I used to attend, it was the Sean Xia course, right? You know the guy that comes out and talk, the One Punch Man dude, right? The guy that did the One Punch Man challenge, right? So I took the course from him. He was really good, by the way. No regrets though. But he's obviously very much into selling courses now, right? He's not really selling you a concept or a theory or method. He's just selling courses at the moment. Deposit money that you got no use for into account. Buy it. Yeah, so again, only invest in what you're willing to lose, okay? Buy ETFs, SG market or US market. Buy when it dropped to a certain... Okay, I think all this, right, we will let YT, because I am not, okay, a financial advisor. So please do not take any advice from me or even from Luffy, alright? No offense to you, Luffy, alright? But this is just based on my own experiences, alright? You can literally go on to the internet and YouTube and you can find stuff that's related to investment that will help you, right? The best... Now, one thing is for certain though, is that ETFs is a very good series of stocks that you can invest in. So ETFs are like... what's the long term for it? Something traded exchange, something traded fund. So basically, they are a collection of companies put together to form this ETF, right? Which you can invest money in, and it's very, very stable. All right, you just put money in, and then you just keep rolling in terms of the interest rate. SG market moves slower than the US market, but it's good for dividends. Yes, so I agree that. Okay, actually, one thing you can do, right, is learn how to invest in dividends. That is a very, very safe way to start investing. In fact, when I first started, right, my mom was the one that helped put my money into what was it? I don't know why Streambot is randomly shouting RR. She actually put my money in SGX, right? So every time I earn something, right, I earn a little bit of money, I would take a portion of it, ask her to put it into SGX for me, and she will put it in all these dividend stocks for me to let it roll. Alright? So I'm still passively actually earning money from these dividend stocks. Actually more so than I'm actually earning from playing options now. Because the options market is kind of trash now. Yeah. If you use Moomoo, can use... Yeah, oh yeah, Moomoo. Okay, there's that Moomoo app as well. Moomoo is a great app, by the way. They at one point they were offering stuff like, hey, you will get like free Apple stocks and stuff if you download their app and put money in. Yeah, Momo is a great app, by the way. It can be a little bit confusing for new beginners, by the way. So whatever YouTube video you're watching and whatever app they use, right, just follow the app. Alright, just use the app, okay? I think I have one. My Xbox paid half of us. Actually, market is not fun. To be honest, I throw money. I don't care. Yeah. That's how you should take investments. Put in money that you can afford to lose, right? Or you can't really give a shit about. I think I have one. My Xbox paid half for us to start. Is it like one of those choose some bank and put money into it? Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Yes. You're not wrong. I'm lagging very far behind. I think they went too political. Who went too political? Mumu? Mumu is from China, by the way. Got free courses. There are free courses online that you can learn from. Alright. Again, not financial advice, but please do your own research. Alright? Do your own research. If you need me to direct you to certain resources that you can use for free, there's this guy by the name of Alex something on YouTube that teaches you very basic investment stuff and very advanced investment stuff as well. You can learn from him. I forgot what his last name is already. Alex Tan, Alex Teo, I can't remember. Don't learn from YouTube ads. My student can earn $1,000, can finally afford housing. Okay, don't believe in those. Okay, don't believe in those. Yeah, don't even believe in the Sean Xia ads that pop up. Okay, all right. Foreign exchange program. Okay, let me catch up. Oh, Disney. Right. Yeah, a lot of American movie companies are getting really not say political. They're trying to be politically correct, right? Which is why they turned the Little Mermaid black, right? They put a little bit of LGBTQ stuff somewhere in the Buzz Lightyear movie and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's the direction they are heading towards. Throw that 100 into Chur stream for gift sub instead. Yeah, it's subathon. Okay, it's September, right, guys? We just hit September. Okay, yeah. Now subs is like only what 337. Hey, guys, don't sub to me on Twitch, right? Sub to me on the other place down here. All right, this place where you can watch me ad free, by the way. All right. Yeah. Anyway, the kick sub's a little bit low. Just saying. Kelvin Learn Investing is very good. Yes. I have to say Kelvin Learns Investing is very good. Although I don't like the way he speaks. I'm sorry lah. He talk like that like a bit toad but he's good He's good. Sorry, I'm making fun of him, but I really cannot with the way he talk I really cannot Cause he literally talk like that, yo. I'll direct you to another guy that I feel is easier to digest But yes, Kelvin learns to invest. I can't remember. Like, is it with an L or without an L? He's good. But you have to get past his tone of voice to really learn. There is this other guy that I used to follow a lot, but he is a very high risk person. All right. And if you don't follow his way of investing, you may, if you don't follow through entirely with his way of investing, you may end up losing money. So he's a little bit more risky to follow, but so far his trades and all the things that he say have always worked out for him very well. I don't know what kind of method that he uses to read the stock market, but anyway, his name is called Chicken Genius. And he is a little bit controversial because a lot of other investors on YouTube, not local, but overseas, have kind of criticized him for being too presumptuous, right? But I have a lot of respect for him because whatever he says, right, actually happens, right? Although he's a bit more of a risk taker, but wow, you can tell he's living the life, like every video he do, right, he's like in some other different place, recording on his laptop and stuff. That's the kind of life I want to live, actually. You just travel, have fun, enjoy, and let your money work for you. I think that's the beauty of investing, right? You let your money work for you and not you work for money, right? That sounds like a very novel concept, right? Like, that's what investing is supposed to be. You're supposed to let your money work for you. So you already have like a stash of money, and the money just keeps rolling in by itself when you invest, when you put money in. So, for me, that is the best, way to make a living, right? And you can do whatever you want. Like, if I had enough passive income, I would just do streaming full time, right? That would be like the ideal, situation for me. But hey, we don't live in the perfect world, right? Money doesn't grow on trees. Money doesn't fall from the sky. So you gotta put your money in order to generate more, right? And I think that's this is why I do staking for crypto now. I don't like buy crypto per se anymore. I just take the money I have, I put it in, let it roll, right? Because honestly, in today's market, there's no way you're gonna make a killing from crypto anymore, right? I'm sorry. Like, all those people still very bullish about crypto. I'm sorry. You can wait forever. Bitcoin is not gonna go up anytime soon. Even though recently they won a court case against the SEC, and it spiked just a little, right? It has not reached the heights that it once was. Remember, Bitcoin was at 90k at one point, 90k USD. Was it 90k USD? It was at 90k, Sing dollars at least, right? At one point, it has not reached the height since then. Yeah, thanks to FTX. Yeah, no thanks to FTX. Freaking Sam Bankman-Fried. FTX and SBF, that guy can go and screw himself off. Yeah. FTX and who's the other one? The Luna guy. The Luna was just the start, man. I tell you, Luna was just the start. Who would have thought SBF would have psyched everyone out as well, right? Do Kwon, not Kwon Won. It's Do Kwon. Yeah, man. I hope I think, was he arrested? Has he been arrested? That guy needs to go to jail, man, for what he did to Luna and everyone else. Oh my god. Anyway, it's getting very, very hot. I get very heated up talking about this. But yeah, YT, actually, if you are interested, you can hit me up on Discord as well. ! Discord. If you need any learning resources, I can we can direct you to them. I have the high risk ones and the low risk ones, and then yes, there's what's his name? Yeah, Calvin Learns to Invest. Again, yeah, I just can't get past his voice, I'm sorry. Wow, I sweat a lot, yeah. This is very good. Like, I can go running in this and then like, yo, shit, like I'll probably, I'll probably sweat buckets and then like lose a lot of weight from doing that. But okay, there we go. I'll just leave this here. Actually, it looks quite nice to just hanging it here, right, on my chair. Yeah, okay, good enough. Yeah, Kelvin's your kind of man. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you can get past his, health, his talk like that, if you can get past this, yeah, then no problem. Yeah, I just can't handle when you talk like that, I'm sorry, I'm making fun of him. But he's a nice chap, like, he's a nice chap. Okay? I'll give him that much, and very, very solid advice as well. Okay, yeah, okay, we're supposed to move on to this very quickly because I do want to play a little bit of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We are supposed to complete our nice little boy over here. And let me swap on real quick. Okay, so let me change. Are we still on makers and crafting? Oh, not yet, right? Makers and crafting. Let me change the tags. Yeah, let me change the tags real quick. A lot of swapping around to do. Mess, I'm a mess, I'm a mess. Stress. Okay, Takara Tomy, right? Takara. Model kit. Okay, I think that should work. There we go. Okay, we're back to makers and crafting. Let's do this. Right, Zoids. Let's finish this off. It shouldn't take too long, and then we can move on to Zelda Breath of the Wild. We have. I don't know. I don't think we can put in much work for Zelda Breath of the Wild, considering that we have chatted a lot today. But I will get down to it. Oh wait, there's a Chelsea game going on right at the moment. Oh shit. Maybe I should put that up. Okay, I won't put the game up, but I'll put the results up. I'll watch the what you call it, the highlights of it after that. Chelsea, I think they're playing Nottingham Forest right at the moment. Yeah, I think they are. Let's see, what's the result now? Please tell me. Okay, still 0-0. Ah, bro. Timeline. Miss using his okay, Chelsea are on the offensive at the moment. Even though pretty much nobody is still a 0-0 draw at the moment. Okay, never mind. It should be good. Anyway, I'll be very interested to see. I hope Chelsea win this match. Yeah, I really hope they win this match. Okay, anyway, let's finish up our Zoids while I look on closely at the results for Nottingham, Chelsea versus Nottingham Forest. They are playing at home somewhere. Yeah, if they lose, lao quiz. Yeah, I tell you. Actually, what's the hold on? What's the lineups like? Sanchez, Disasi, Silva, Colwill, Gusto, Gallagher, Caicedo, Chilwell. Enzo Fernandez is playing on the left wing. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting choice. Why did they put Enzo on the left wing? Okay, that's not his natural position. In case you guys are wondering, yes, I am looking at this. Yeah, this is the the map now, or rather the team setup, the team lineup for the match. No, it's not fantasy football. This is actually happening in real life right now. Right? It's a live game. Of course, I can't show you guys the actual match. But yeah, you can see this is happening on live at the moment. Yeah, and I'm not sure how to play fantasy football. I know people have been asking me, hey, maybe you should try like FPL, right? Maybe some other time lah. I don't have time to keep up with FPL at the moment. There's so many other things in life that I'm busy with. Maybe when I'm one of these days where I'm less busy, and not busy trying to clear my model kits and stuff. Okay, but we literally only have a few, like, you know, pieces left of this model kit to finish up. Yeah, it's only 24 hours in a day, right? There's only so much you can do. I tell you, when you have a full-time job, that's really life for you. But hey, like I said, I have no regrets. Still, I am still enjoying my life as a lecturer, full-time lecturer. So I don't think I'll be moving away from that anytime soon. Okay, anyway, this is where we are at. This is where we left things off. Okay, so we built the side pieces at 20, which leaves us with B12. Oh, we need to put these together first. Okay, so B12 and... Okay, B12, this is B, right? Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna lay out all these pieces because I think these are the last few pieces together. Alright. By the way, song requests are still on, guys. Feel free to put in whatever songs you wish to put in, except songs that are troll and stuff, because those will automatically be removed, alright? But other than that, all is good. Okay, this should be the last bit for the B side of things, which is this one. This is one of the easiest kits I've built, by the way. That includes like even like HG or you know, RG builds, RG kits. I mean, this is all very blocky like parts and stuff, which is great. I think Takara, Tomy, you you know, they should continue to stick to doing these kind of kits because that seems to be like their wheelhouse and stuff. But yeah. Ready for show. Oh wait, I'm supposed to. Oh, it goes in here like that. This one. Okay. Okay, I need to turn on the brightness. My light not very bright. It's much better. Okay. I need to snap in. Yeah, it kind of seems they're telling me just to press it in. Wow, I hear this song, I feel like playing Breath of the Wild. I know this is a Tears of the Kingdom song, but yeah, still feel like playing the damn game. Should I stream tomorrow, guys? I'm thinking whether or not I should stream tomorrow, just to play Tears of the Kingdom. I may just stream it on Kick itself, just to get, you know, just to build up my Kick following a bit as well. Because I do want to complete the game quickly. As you guys know, I'm flying to Bangkok next week, so I'll have some downtime. Is it cause not a smart light, so not so bright? That's actually pretty funny, Zennis. Even though it's a dad joke. Like I said, you guys are way too young to be making dad jokes. Like, come on. But yeah, how's your? Oh yeah, I haven't shouted you out, right, Zennis? I've been too busy looking and talking and with chat and stuff. Zennis, how have you been, man?
Acknowledge me.
I just realized my 7TV logo also changed already. My badge. I've been on 7TV for so damn long. One and 3/4 years. Like damn. Okay, thanks. Nobody chooses to be a dad, so I have to train for it somehow. There is a thing called family planning, so you can choose to be a dad.
Boys.
YOLO. What's? Oh wait, was that Neo? That looked like Neo. But yeah, I hope you've been good. I hope your election day, like, was good as well. We spent some time with your family and friends, and I'm trying to chip this in so that, yeah, it doesn't get broken. Am I doing this right? Oh yeah, okay, this... It looks a bit low, this thing. Okay, I think it's fine. Right. It's just very flimsy, so I find it very questionable when things get flimsy. Okay, we're supposed to adorn this thing with crown. Fun OT time is going to be in reservist mode for the upcoming 2 weeks. Also, you're going reservist. Congratulations. Go and enjoy your national chalet, man. That's why I always call reservist. It's a good time to switch off. Because that's literally when I switch off. Unless you are a sergeant or officer, then cannot switch off already when you go reservist. Because need to plan. But yeah, I just take it as freaking chalet, man, usually. Also, we got green parts here. Oh, I just realized that. We got some green parts. Okay. Do I need to slice this open? Yeah, I think I have to. Give me a sec. Oh, this week is IT show. No wonder you are OTing. Oh my goodness. Hey, make sure you have enough rest, man. Okay, but I think the next 2 weeks is gonna be very restful for you, lah. Either way, like literally just turn your brain off after, you know, comics and stuff. Yeah, hey, wait, were you at comics today? I assume you were, right? By the sounds of it. How was it? How's the turnout like? I'm actually planning there to go there tomorrow if I have time, lah. If I have time, I'm actually planning to go there tomorrow to see if I can get any like light strip connectors. So I actually have this set of LED lights that I am trying to set up on my stream. Sorry, not on my stream, but rather on my shelf. But apparently the light strip has. I need to buy those connector, those 6-pin connector light strips in order to help with that. Yeah. So I don't know how is it. Is there a lot of stuff to see at the comic show? Also, these are the eyelets, I think. These are for the eyes. So it seems. Interesting. Okay, this is gonna go in at the side. Also, it's really loose, this part. I don't know if I'm doing it right. It should be right? Correct? Yeah, is this put at the frontal here? Yeah, I think so. Or maybe I should put the eyelets in first, then followed by the... Oh, I think the eyelets will grip the horn area. So it seems. Okay. Well. We shall find out in just a bit. And my other eyelet has gone missing. Fantastic. I should put some of these stuff away. Put some of these things away. Shit, where did my eyelet go? Ah, genius. Fantastic. I have no idea where my eyelets went. Did I drop it? Oh, I doubt so. Oh my god. I must be blind. Didn't have to go down, but last 2 days probably most of the crowd because of the public holiday. I mean, yeah, true. Public holiday, definitely. I think since yesterday as well. It started since yesterday, right? Comics. But yeah. Everybody's just so caught up with the election stuff. Is it here? Where did the green stuff go? I was having a look at it just now. Oh man, seriously? Seriously? I might have to look at the camera to identify it. Oh, seriously, where did it go? Shit, man. Or did I actually insert it earlier on already? No, it did not. Where did it go? Okay, never mind. It's cozy. Yeah, I hope you guys are staying nice and cozy here on the stream. Oh, okay. I think I'll look for it later. That's really strange. Okay. Sometimes standing up will allow me to reveal where it has gone. Sometimes it's just dropped down somewhere. That's so strange. I was having a look at it earlier on. But anyway, okay. I think we'll move on from this first. S3. Did I insert this right? I think I did. Okay, then we insert these 2 side pieces here. Oh, but that means I need to put the eyelets in first, so it cannot be one after the other. Okay, wait. Okay, let me put this. Okay, it's definitely not here. Where did it go? That's so strange. I was looking at it just now. Maybe I have to look back at my VOD and see where that piece went. It could have actually dropped like somewhere between the gaps and stuff. That is so weird. Okay, never mind. We'll do this side first. Right. Also, this thing doesn't feel like it's stuck on very well. So I'm not sure am I putting it right. It has to be right. Unless... Okay. Maybe I need to... It says the U. Oh, okay. I mean, it's correct, but... Okay. How much is the Liger? Okay, I think you did not hear it when I was talking about it. This was won through a giveaway from Geek Culture back in 2017, so it was years ago when I actually acquired this. So again, shoutouts to Geek Culture for letting me win this beautiful thing, this beautiful piece of hardware, because it's actually very, very lovely. Also, I need to find a way to slot this in. Wait, is there a... Okay, hold on. But yeah, Geek Culture, yeah, shoutouts to them. They're the actual pop champs, allowing me to win this, giving me a chance to win this rather. So it seems I'm not inserting this right. Yeah, but cannot be. This one goes right in, so it's correct. Interesting. Ah, okay, that was that. You guys heard that snap? Yeah. Question is now, this still feels very flimsy, so I don't know if it's I'm doing it right. Also, my eyelet is missing. Jeez Louise. There's two more. Oh wait, there's two more red parts here, right? That I need to attach. No, correct. It's correct. It's correct. I just saw Geek Culture's pics of Spider-Man 2 PS5. Yes, in 2017. Yeah, it's very long ago. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the review, man. Wait, they got a review copy or is it out already? Shit. Is it? It's out, right? Shit, man. I've not been following. Good lord. So many new games are getting released this month alone. I think Starfield is out. So Spider-Man, I'm assuming, is out. That means I have to go and play Spider-Man. Oh, console comes out 1.5 months before the game. So they got a review copy of it? I would assume that's the case, right? Seriously, where's my green eyelet? You guys saw just now, right? That there was a green eyelet. Wow, jialat eh. I have to watch my VOD back. Maybe it actually flew into the gap. Sorry, I'm showing you guys my hair. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. We may have a one-eyed Liger, guys. Because yeah, where did the green stuff go to? Okay, never mind. I think we'll just move on first. Promise you guys that we'll complete this today, but we are missing one eyelet. All of a sudden. Spoodermoon, yeah. If you had unlimited cash, you get every Liger Zero variant. Oh yeah, this kit actually is very good. It's actually very good. I'm very surprised at the quality of it. Now, like I said, it's in terms of the detail, it's a little bit lacking in some of the areas. I'll be very honest. It's definitely not a Gunpla kit. But overall, just on the exterior looks itself, it's actually really good. Yeah. Seriously, what happened to the eyes? The eyelet. Later I have to pull this out again, yeah. Yikes. Okay, but never mind. We'll figure it out later on. Okay, time to put on the blades. Must complete or no sleep. No lah, we can definitely complete this lah on stream. I just don't think we will have the time to to play Zelda. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna insert the blades here. I think the higher grade Zoid kits cost a bomb. If you're referring to the Kotobukiya ones, then yes, probably. I have not had a hand. I think I asked you guys before, right? If any of you have built Kotobukiya kits. Most of you say they are a little bit like hard to put together. Some of you have been saying. So some of you say they're actually really good. So I am interested in getting one for myself to have a go at it. But again, they are really expensive stuff. Kotobukiya, at the end of the day. I think the higher grades, yeah, so yeah, they will cost a bomb. Maybe an arm and a leg even. Koto generally more fragile parts, more sharp edges, and sometimes corner less flushed. Oh, okay, so yeah, they're basically like stabby weapons, right? Okay, I am really like I feel like watching back my VOD and finding out where the hell did that eyelet go. Did you guys see where the eyelet went? Like I placed it here, right, on the table. This is so strange, man. Ah, goodness me. Like the green eyelet. Not sure where it went. By the way, I love the detail on this. I'm actually putting the blades together. Look at that! Oh my god. Shiny, isn't it? Oh boy, shiny in it. Yeah, this is autofocus. Wow, damn. My Kotobukiya Armored Core 4 Alia kit is a small hand grenade. I think that they have improved a bit lah, but yeah, this looks like it can be an actual weapon to stab people, you know. If anything, you can poke their eyes out and stuff. And let me shine it up a bit lah. Shine it up real nice. Island boy, Singapore boy, what? The Super Robot War 1 was a nightmare. I mean, a pencil can be a weapon. Yeah, in the hands of the right person or the wrong person, it can be a weapon. Depending on how you see it. Yeah, like John Wick lah. If you give John Wick a pen, of course lah. Anything in John Wick's hands can be a weapon. Like, seriously. Can't wait for Ballerina to come out though. And I heard they're making a John Wick like series called the Intercontinental. Yeah, which is a series based on the John Wick Hotel namesake. So it'll be interesting to see how they turn that one into a good series. Okay, this is the blades. Look at that! Holy shit! They actually look like they could kill someone. Look how wait, there are two extra knobs here. I don't know what they are for. Am I missing something? I might be missing something. There are two extra knobs here. That's interesting. Two extra knobs for what, yeah? Jeez. Okay, let me backtrack a bit, Okay. Okay. Okay, two knobs here. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to put two knobs here. Wait. Oh no, not that, not there. 1, 2. Yeah, I did put one here, right? Put one here. I know. Yeah, there's one here. Maybe this could be extra knobs for all you know. Okay. One through the leg. Here. Okay, there's one here, one here. Wait, underneath here got one also, right? Yeah, correct. There's two here. I vaguely remember that Zoids are living things. Yes, technically they are. I mean, if you look at the lore and stuff, they are sentient. So they can take commands and stuff. Oh, okay, I think I know where the knobs are supposed to be. I assume they are supposed to be at the shield area here. Which I think I missed out on. There's two parts here, I think. They never say. I think it's the last part, then they will tell you to put, right? Oh, maybe. It looks like they are supposed to be here. Yeah, but it doesn't fit, leh. Okay, never mind. I may have missed out one bit. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Interesting. I think these are extra I guess a bit scared for their Armored Core 6 kits, although I don't know if you're gonna buy anyway. Yeah, I might. Okay, Armored Core. Okay, as with every other kit, right? I'm just gonna wait for the reviews, lah. Yeah. I think kits even more so because after building, like I've been saying this multiple times, but after building the MG Unicorn kits, man, I got a little bit of PTSD lah from buying like MG kits before review. But as of late, and also, you know, Kotobukiya kits are a little bit of a question mark most of the time, I would assume. Okay, how do I insert this? Okay, this one is fanned on the outside, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, again, guys, I think we may not have time. There we go. We may not have time to play Breath of the Wild today or tonight. Because like I said, it's gonna be a really long boss fight if we fight Varmedo, which is the last boss lah. Trash that toy or give it to your little bro, dog. There's money out there to get. Yo, Chris only uses Blade. What a name. Trash that toy. Dude, we love toys here. Why trash it, man? Welcome to the stream anyway. I know there's money to be made out there. But can't people just build toys and have fun and have an interest in it? Yeah. I know there is indeed money to be made out there, but we were talking about investments earlier as well, so yeah. Let me see, yeah. Oh, okay, I should tilt this upward. Anyway, welcome to the stream, Chris. There we go. Oh, that's sick. Okay, I'm not sure if you guys can see this, but this is how it looks at the side. Oh my. Okay. Now the main question is where the hell is the green eyelet, man? Oh my goodness. Where did I put the green eyelet? It was here a moment ago and then now it's gone? Yeah, look at that. It's shiny. Look at the light that's bouncing off, man. Holy crap. Like lady's finger here, yeah, this one. A bit limp, but looks nice. Sexy like how you wore the... Oh my god. Okay, the way... Okay, when you put it that way, I don't know how to feel, but thanks, I guess. Oh, you can flip it. You can flip it back. So it doesn't... It looks like it's pointing a middle. But like a light middle finger or something like that. Can I fold it back? What's this one? Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh. The blades, you can catch it. You can bring both back at the same time. How does that? I'm very scared to push it too far back. Wait, it snapped. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. Then we can put the rider. We can sit the rider in between the... Oh, this is the rider spot. This is the rider spot. Okay, it's a bit awkward, but we'll get it to work. Ah, okay. Okay, so if you guys can't see that there's a rider here, that's how you slide it in. sliding into its DMs like that. Okay, very nice, very nice. Can actually ride the thing. That's what she said. Here we go. Sweet lah, sweet. Okay, Ken. Cool beans. I honestly don't know what these two extra like red parts are for. They've not told me where it's supposed to belong to. But yeah, this actually means we're pretty much done with the build. Oh, there's stickers as well though. There's stickers as well. But it says down here, you can flip it up. How do I flip it up? Oh, hold on. I think you flip it up by does it like it moves, guys. Okay. Alright, chill. Let me try again, huh? Okay. It's not perfect, but I think it's good enough. Okay. You can actually flip this part up like that. It's actually cool. You know, here you go, guys. It's a little bit limp. These things, how do I stick it in though? How do I bring it up together? Yeah, I think there's no real way to kind of like bring it up together. There are just two joints here that kind of like are stuck in the middle. You have to find the hole. No, I think I found the hole already. Oh, look at that! Look at that! That's how it works. Holy shit! The blades are moving. Look at that. Okay, let me pick it up and show you guys. That's actually pretty cool. We gotta use gravity though. Alright, let me... Alright, not bad at all. Okay. You just have to... That's what she said. Yeah, oh my goodness. I actually love this kit a lot. Okay, well. Again, we can't really call this a kit per se because it is still a more of an action figure, if anything. So yeah, I guess, kinda. And then you can just bring the entire blade backwards like that. Oh wait, there's a hook here. Actually, you can hook it somewhere, right? There's this hook here. I don't know how you're supposed to hook it there. But it seems you're supposed to bring this all the way back. I don't know how, but let me try, huh? Yeah, we're pretty much done, guys. I've said I need to find the eyelet that has gone missing. We're always missing stuff whenever we're about to finish up things. Here. Okay, if not it just swings forward. Wait, hold on. Okay, now the mouth is not moving. I think something got loose. Yeah, something did get loose, but it's okay, it's all good. The fact that these things are moving up and down is a sign that it's working at least. Alright, it's going off camera, guys. Let me try. Okay, I would say this is actually more of an action figure than a model kit. But okay, I think we are pretty much done. That leaves us with only the decals to do. And the decals are always a problem because that means I have to use some of my I have to use some drugs to stabilize my hand. If you guys know what I mean. Hand stability, very important. Where is the where are my tools? There we go. Okay, I need to find that piece of eyelet after this stream ends because it's kind of sad having the thing disappear, you know. Okay, so I'm supposed to put this freedom thing on here. Okay. Sorry, yeah. Gotta do a little bit more surgery on you. Good sir. Dear Gato. Also, Chelsea still have not scored a single goal yet. I'm looking at the scores now at the moment. I hate doing decals, but this thing won't be the same without it, without the decals and stuff. Okay. Let me pull back the blades. There we go. Ah, okay, that's how you keep the blades. Okay. Very nice. Alright. Arashi. Oh, it's at the rear side of this. Where do I apply this? This is Arashi, alright. Arashi at the side. Ah, okay. Oh boy. This is why I hate decaling, because, yeah, it's very fine. Hey, I can't really see where I'm supposed to put this. Shit. Okay, it says here. I'm just gonna, if it says it's there, then we apply it here. Oh, at this angle, I believe. Seems about right. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, nothing is complete without decals. Hello, Simon! How are you, man? Hope your day is good. Welcome to the stream. We are literally at the tail end, get it, tail end, okay, of completing this model kit. Or should I say this action figure? It's not really a model kit per se. I would love to think it's a model kit, but it kind of isn't. Also, we kind of are missing out a crucial piece of the. We're kind of missing out on a crucial piece of the model kit, which I have to go searching for at the end of the stream, I believe. As you can see, the eye inside is missing. I don't think you guys can really see it on here, but the eye is missing. Where's this? What is this? Copium and Heal Hydrate? Oh my god. Why you spam so much in one shot, David? Welcome in, by the way. How was your Saturday? Yeah, we're just about, as I was saying, we're just about to build finish this kit. Hope your day is good. Wiggles tail, yes. Tail wiggling. Body vibing. Body check. Body check? I won't say body checking is allowed. Any kind of body movement to vibe to the music is all good. Again, exclamation point SR, followed by the YouTube link to the song you want to hear, guys. On stream. Decals are the worst, guys. It requires so much patience to kind of stick them on. And if you don't get them right, it's so hard to remove them. Yeah, wait. Okay, I think this should work. Right on there. I think that's where it's supposed to be yet. I think kinda this decal. I don't know where else to paste some of these stickers, but I think that's pretty much it. Oh, and actually you can panel line as well. Maybe you can panel line it. Let me heal hydrate. It's good to know that your day is fine. I hope you voted yesterday. And you would have done well to vote. Maybe I can do a bit of panel lining to end things off, because we're still a little bit on time and still a little bit early. But we're more or less done with the wild Liger here, as you can see. Very nice, chill boy down here on the side. And it moves, it moves, it moves. Oh yes, oh yes. Okay, I'm gonna test this again. Yeah, there we go. The weapon literally just flies out like that, guys. Let me get it back here. Do you guys see that? It literally just poof, came out like that. That's actually pretty amazing. Like springs straight into action. Okay, hold on. Put a stop to that. Yeah, does it actually flip out on its own? I think it does, right? Yeah. But sometimes the catch works, sometimes the catch does not work. It's a little bit like, if you want to pull it back, it's a bit hard to get it to connect to the, for some reason. Okay, so I think you have to position the catch at the right point in order for it to catch onto the thing, so that it doesn't flip out. There we go. Yeah, because other than that, you'll probably just flip out on its own, which... There we go. If you do that, that's what happens. Alright, in all honesty though, it's a really... I really like what's going on here. That's actually very nice. Alright, cool beans. Okay, but... See, at some point... Okay, this is the flaw with the model kit a bit. At some points after it moves, right, the catch kind of like misses the blades itself, so you can't actually lock the blades back down. Yeah. You kind of can't lock the blades back down. So, I think I only have an issue. That's one small issue. That's one of the smaller issues I've had with this. So, okay, one problem is the mouth also doesn't open and close at some point. Now that it's completely built, the mouth doesn't actually open and close entirely. Yeah. Yeah, I have to find a way to get to fix that. But okay, it's definitely not a foolproof toy. That's for sure. I think very obviously it isn't. But it's good enough for what it's worth. Again, I don't know how much this actually costs on the market, because like I said, this was won through a giveaway. So yes. See, now I can't bring it back to get the catch to work. Anyway, I think we're more or less done. We can do some panel lining, I guess. Based on what we see here. But first things first, I need to go and find where the eyelet is. If not, no point doing the panel lining for this guy. Actually, I might want to do some panel lining, because yeah, it actually looks better with panel lining. So maybe I'll do a little bit. but I have to figure out again where the hell is the eyelid? Where the hell the eyelid went? Okay, so give me a sec, guys, while I figure this one out real quick. I'm not sure if you guys saw where the eyelid went. It was on stream for a bit and then like it disappeared. Could it be on my shirt? There we go. Okay, I found it. It was on my towel. Okay. Oh, bro. Where did it go to now? There we go. It dropped on my towel, man. Okay, now I have to open this up again. Bro. I have to crack open the face. I'm sorry, boy. Yay, we found it, but now I have to do the hard part. And let's use my tools to open it up. So that's the that's not the best part. So part separator, here it comes. This thing is really good though. Yeah, part separator, there we go. I think that's one of the good things about having loose parts is that you can make mistakes and it's still easy to dislodge some of the pieces. As you can see what I literally just did. And I think that's the risk that comes along also with building model kits like this. You learn how to minimize your mistakes as well. There we go. Alright. Okay. We got the eyelet in now. Shouldn't have anything else to worry about now that the eyelet is in. Just trying to close the gaps as much as I can for this piece. Yeah, I wish this part would be seamless. Alright, you can tell that this is two separate parts together, which kind of sucks, but you know, can't be perfect. Like, there's a small seam line here. I'm not sure if you guys can see it. Yeah, let me bring this back a little. So there's a small seam line on the head, which, in all honesty, kind of makes it a little less, you know, a little less believable. There's a small seam line, I guess, but everything else is fine. Everything else is perfect. Again, one of the smaller details that I don't really like about this kit is that the inside, if you look at the inside of the leg, I can't show you guys here. If you look at the inside of the leg, right, it's hollow. Like this part, you're talking about this part with the holes and stuff, right? Yeah, it's very hollow. And I wish they kind of had built that up to make it look like a more legitimate, you know, model kit itself, but then again, this is a Takara Tomy kit. I am not complaining too much. Can it be better? Definitely, but it could have been worse. Okay, so I'm gonna do a little bit of panel lining. What number is this? Okay, I think this is not a very good. This is a very fine panel line, but I'm gonna just do a little bit of this before we call it a night. Okay, actually the panel line is very fine down here. So I don't know if I can do much. Wow, a bit hard. Okay, I have to change my light source to... I have to make my light source a bit brighter. Okay, I'm just gonna panel line a bit, just a bit. Oh no! Nottingham Forest has scored against Chelsea. That sucks. Wow. We are trailing on home soil. That is concerning. That is actually very concerning. What the hell is going on, man? Well. But we'll see, we'll see. You Chelsea fan? How's Arsenal is doing fine, I think. I think they're actually doing better than Chelsea at the moment. Chelsea have brought in a lot of... They brought in a lot of new and young, fresh talent. I think that's the thing. But at the moment, it kind of feels they're a little bit hit or miss. Like it's a 50-50 chance whenever you play against Chelsea that you might actually win. So I'm not surprised Nottingham Forest are leading, but Chelsea have spent a lot this summer, so I'm actually expecting more things from them. We actually sold a bunch of players, like a bunch of our very experienced players. So we sold Kai Havertz, Mason Mount. Now Kai Havertz, we sold him to to Arsenal. Mason Mount, we sold him to Man United. Yeah, Manchester United. Jorginho we sold long ago to Arsenal. We sold Mateo Kovacic to Man City, and then we sold a bunch of players, including Kante, to like the Saudi league. So we got rid of a lot of players, a lot of experienced ones. So I'm a little bit concerned. I'm honestly a little bit concerned. But, you know, we are Chelsea. We always find a way to come back. So it's just that now we are kind of trailing at the moment. Yes, very RR indeed. I hope we actually get one back. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, this is not going to be a good look for Chelsea. But yeah, we bought a bunch of new young talent that I'm very excited for. People like Moises Caicedo. Now Caicedo, there's a new midfielder by the name of Moises Caicedo, which we spent a shit ton of money on in getting from Brighton, which is like a mid-tier team. He's still not showing. He looks promising, but oh man, this match I think comes a little bit too early for him. I don't know, man. I'm just not happy that we are actually trailing at the moment. I never thought it would happen like that. But that's okay, as they always say in soccer, the ball is round. I cannot say soccer, I must say football. In football, the ball is round. In footy, the ball is round. Yes. It's always round. Here. Okay, in case you guys are wondering what I'm doing now, I'm just doing the panel lining. You guys can't really see this, but yes. You have a little bit of lines going on. Soccer correct what? Football got different like American football. Okay, so actually the correct term, because it was started by the British, right? You're supposed to call it football, alright? American football actually is not really football, it's actually handball, if you think about it. Because they use their hands to throw a lot. There's only one instance where you actually get to throw the ball, and that is, you know, you get to kick the ball rather, is during a penalty kick, you know. not a penalty kick, but like if you want to score through the goal itself. So yeah, it's better just to call it like it's better just to call it football, so you don't offend the people that made it, namely the British. I tell you, they love their football very much, so yeah, might not be a good idea to to use the wrong terminology on the sport. You know what I mean? Okay, let me just clean up some of the markings. The panel lining on the markings. Okay, because I'm using a very fine, you know, Gundam marker. So I'm just gonna smudge out some of the ink, so it doesn't look so dark on the. Doesn't look so dark on the piece itself, on the lines itself. Because I think that's kind of what they do. Actually, I might use a wet tissue. Maybe a wet tissue is the idea rather than use my hands. As you can see, some of the panel lines are a bit dark, so I'm just gonna smudge it out a bit. Smudge it out a bit. More like hand egg, yeah, I guess. Hand egg. It actually does look like an egg, the more you think about it, yeah. Oh yeah, it looks better now that it's smudged out. Okay, I'm just trying to see what areas I can actually panel line based on the design itself. Okay, we can panel line a bit here. Okay, but I should try not to press too hard though. Okay, so like again, in case you guys don't know what I'm doing, yes, I am doing panel lining. Can't really call it panel lining per se. I mean, yes, we are doing it on panels, but not on parts lah. Not really on parts. Okay. Oh, okay, very interesting. They just substituted in one of their new signings, this Chelsea. They just substituted in Cole Palmer, a guy they just bought from Manchester City. He's a very young, talented striker, so hopefully he can do something to even out the game. Hopefully. Because if we lose to Nottingham Forest at home, it's it's gonna be a bit lao kui, let's just say. Nottingham Forest, by the way, bottom of the... I mean, they not say bottom of the league, but they're somewhere at the bottom of the league. And yet we are losing to them at the moment. Okay, anyway. Should be... Okay, I think at the rate we are going, right, I don't think we can do Breath of the Wild today, in all honesty. So what I'm gonna do is I will try to finish this off. If I have the time tomorrow, I may stream Breath of the Wild just to clear one of the bosses. But at this point, I don't think we'll have the time at the moment today to kind of do it. So I hope you guys understand. I'm gonna need to get my rest, guys, because like I said, it was a really long day for me yesterday. I wish I could degen though, because it's the weekend. But yeah, Bangkok trip takes priority. We literally just started the planning for the Bangkok trip like today only, so yeah, I have to be on the ball for that. Oh wow, that's a lot of smudging right there. Not my wife say, hey, why you never help chip in for the planning? Wifey will be upset, to say the least. More upset than I am at Chelsea at the moment for trailing 0-1 to Nottingham Forest. This is a must-win game for us, and yet we are losing. I can't believe it, guys. What the hell? Okay. Honestly, I think there are a lot of parts here that you can kinda just panel line to your liking. The whiskers, sort of. But you cannot press too hard. Okay. If you guys are wondering why I'm not talking too much, because panel lighting does require a lot of focus. Well, not say a whole lot of focus, but yeah. Just gotta be mindful. Oh, and apparently you can panel line inside as well, but ooh, a bit hard to reach there. Okay, fair enough. That was actually accessible, so I guess it's fine. Okay. Okay, let's do the back areas. I'm just gonna wing this, guys. The panel lining. Okay. I think I know why it's so hard for me to view it. Okay. There's a lack of light. There's a lack of light. I need to bring this down. Give me a sec. I'm gonna bring my light down a bit. Shine it this way. Now it looks like a horror. I'm doing like a horror game or something. Good thing I have sweaty palms. Actually, the good thing about sweaty palms is that I can erase the black. You see the black panel lines and stuff? I can easily smudge it out. Without much effort. Okay, you know what? I think I have to bring in some wet tissue because the smudging is not kinda... It's kinda not working. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. Hopefully this will remove the smudging a little bit more. Okay, like I said, I don't want the panel lining to be so to be so dark around this. Okay, maybe it would have been better if I just smudge with my hands and stuff. But again, there's only so much I can do with my hands. Okay. Do I have to panel line this one out? Yeah, actually the more I look at it, maybe this part didn't require that much of a panel lining, so I'm gonna rub it off. Yeah, I just don't want the lines to look smudged, that's all. I think that's the tough part. Oh wait. Ah. Okay. Probably should have panel line this part. Yeah, this part is exposed. Oh boy. Okay, let me just clean this up. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have touched these parts for the panel lining, but it's fine. Okay. Yeah, some of these areas don't need to be panel lined. You only need to panel line mostly the inserts of certain parts. That's fine. This is why using a light is so important. Yeah, I'm also getting distracted by the fact that Chelsea are losing in a home game to a low tier team. They better win this. They have to win this game. Oh shit. This thing came out. Okay, I think we'll finish off on the left side and then we'll call it a night. Yeah. Oh, this part just came out as well. Oh yeah, guys, by the way, yes, song requests are still on. Exclamation point, SR followed by the YouTube link to the song you want to hear. Pop in your favorite song requests. Okay, I think more or less we have cleared up this part. Okay, I'm just trying to see if there are any other parts that I can panel line. I think the motor area. Yeah. You can panel line the motor area. I gotta get it to move a bit though. Yeah. Okay, I have to flip this up. Yeah, gotta move the motor a bit because it's kind of obstructing the. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Trying to prevent this from being a smudge fest. So, clearing as much of the panel line as I can. Cleaning up as much of the panel line as I can. Alright. the sword. Get out of the way. Okay, just very lightly panel line the inside here. It should help. Okay. That's kind of one side of it. Oh, this song again. I'm guessing it's Yoru that put this up. Oh, I think I applied too much. That was a bit depressing, but it's okay. Love the song. I'll probably put the light this side. Kamen Rider. Is this Kamen Rider? Oh, it is eh. Is this the Kamen Rider movie soundtrack? Oh, yeah, it's from the what was that? The Kamen Rider Revise? Yeah, I've not watched that series myself. Yeah, no time. But I don't think that I'm not sure about that series though. This was the 50th anniversary movie which had a crazy shot of Mount Fuji. Did they do any tributes to the past did they do any like tributes to the past riders in this movie? I'm sure they did, right? Okay, we are almost done with the panel lighting. Oh, actually, we should do. Forgot to do at this side as well. Have a bit for that movie. It was surprisingly well written. The twist is related to when Shocker started. Oh, really? The twist when Shocker started? Huh. There's a twist to how Shocker started. Okay, interesting. You know the thing is, I've not really heard a lot of good stuff about Revise. Like there was a lot of I didn't really like the whole idea of Mars Riders using stamps to transform. It didn't really it doesn't really make sense for me. Yeah. But I don't know because I've not watched Revise and I may not plan to watch it. Like I said, I have very little time for like any shows nowadays. I'm busy like watching Ahsoka and a bunch of like K-dramas now, thanks to my wife. That's where my head is currently at. Oh, seriously, Chelsea are going to be losing at home to Forest? Nottingham Forest, really? What's going on, man? It wasn't very good to be honest. Very skippable and definitely too playing on the anniversary gimmick. You'll probably love the first episode because there's so many cool homage to wrestling. Oh, really? Okay, like for Revise, huh? Okay, cool. Yeah, I did hear a lot of stuff about Revise, and I guess it's for a good reason. Would you say it's one of their weaker series though? I think it would be remiss to say it's one of their weaker series, right? I don't know. Anything that historically speaking, anything that deals with the supernatural, right? Anything that deals with the supernatural is a bit how to say Mars Rider hasn't had very good I would say history in series that deals with the supernatural. So Ghost was a bit of a flop in my opinion. and revise Kiva. Okay, Kiva was not too bad, but it fell kind of short as well. So usually I've noticed that, you know, any series that deal with supernatural, like Kamen Rider doesn't really do too well in those. Yeah. It kind of seems to be the case with Revise as well, huh? But hey, you know, every series has its strong points. So I guess for Kamen Rider, it's better they stick to technology stuff. When it gets too abstract, they tend not to have a good story written. Yeah. Yeah. Like the whole Kiva thing about time traveling and stuff, there was a bit of a problem with that as well. Oh. Again, this show, the song that you're playing, also another series that I wish could have gone in a different direction. For oh shit, oh dear. I hope I didn't break anything. Touching the switch area. Maybe I should take this out and panel line it. You should watch him perform the Henshin challenge. The storytelling in Kiva was confusing AF because they constantly jump. Yes, exactly. So the whole like past and present thing happening, yeah, didn't do them any favors. I kind of didn't really like that bit. Decade was what could have been, I feel. Yeah. Because they chose to go with the whole idea of alternate Rider worlds. Instead of going with the original Rider worlds. So I felt because of that it kind of fell short. So yeah. That was that. So you're asking me to check out the Henshin challenge that the main actor of Kiva did? Is that what you're talking about? Oh. But man, this is why I kind of have lost interest in watching some of the Rider shows because, yeah, the stories can be a bit hit and miss. Although I'm still kind of excited for. Oh, you only saw random FB vids of it, right. I kind of saw like, I kind of am still excited for what's that? The new one? What's his name? The train one. It's a train motif again. Start with G1. Not Dano. Start with G1. Something to do with gacha stuff. Yeah, so it's gonna be a rider that relies on gacha apparently. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Shit. Okay. See, this is the problem when you use very fine very fine ink Gunpla pens, sorry, Gundam markers, because panel lining pens, they tend to rub and they tend to smudge a lot on your model itself, which kind of sucks. You kind of gotta like clean it up. Ah, are you serious? I think 01 Geats build and Gaim definitely have far superior writing. Okay, 01 was great. Geats, I have to watch it myself to get a better understanding of it. But I think I've heard great stuff about it. I think you've also raved about it as well. Yeah. Are you serious? Chelsea actually lost at home to Nottingham Forest. I'm not making this up, guys. Oh my goodness. They lost to a low tier team. This is insane. What is going on at Chelsea, man? One week they are winning, and the next week they are losing. They're winning like a small. They are beating teams, and the next week they are losing to teams. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on, man. It's a bit of a concern now, guys. Okay, I'm trying not to overreact, because like I said, I didn't watch the match. I'm just gonna watch back the highlights though, and see how exactly did we lose to a low tier team. It's interesting that 01 is even more relevant today than when it came out. Oh yeah, because of the whole AI thing, right? Yeah. Maybe the director can foresee the future, you know. But yeah, I thought the idea of I think one thing about the writing about 01 is that midway through, or towards the end rather, um, the the main character, the MC, it's not. Yeah, it's definitely not Simpsons. But one thing I find interesting is that the main character halfway became corrupted towards the end. But not by his own accord. He was just corrupted by the the system itself. And I thought that added a nice wrinkle to his to his story, his character development in general. So yeah, I like that part where he turned all evil and then his friends were trying to help him to turn back. I think mainly he turned evil mainly because someone important to him died. Right? I think the his sidekick, the servant, the android servant, like I forgot her name already, kind of died or something like that, and then he just got so like upset. He basically turned to the dark side, to say the least. Yeah, that's kind of what happened, right? If I remember correctly. Okay, hold on. Let me put this back on for you before you start moving again. Okay, just testing if anything is broken. Because it kind of felt that something was broken just now. You heard the stat. Best girl Izu. Ah, Izu. Yes, that was her name. Yeah, he went all evil and stuff, right, because of her. I still remember that one, that arc. It was a very interesting arc. Okay. We'll finish up the panel line on this side, and then we'll call it a night. It's getting real late, and looking at the results versus Chelsea, Nottingham Forest versus Chelsea, I'm definitely not motivated to stay on any later now. I'm a bit sad. How can we lose to, I don't understand how we can lose to a low tier team. But it's okay. I still got this good boy, this big good boy over here. Just enjoying his company, you know. Vulcan had same, if not better, development than a primary rider, which is kind of insane. Yeah. Actually, one of my favorite riders from that series was Vulcan. There was, I think his final form was really cool though. The one where he combined multiple animals together. Yeah, that was actually really cool. I forgot what that form called. Can someone like refresh my memory on that form? Because I kind of forgot. What form was it called? Yeah, the one where he basically, his ultimate form where he combined multiple animals together and he was almost nigh invincible. Yeah. Almost even stronger than Kamen Rider 02 form, I would say. Rampage Vulcan, yes. Someone to ask the director if if the way he punched the bullet meant anything. Wasn't he just like a very angry person to begin with? But he was the only one that could, they only laughed at, the MC's jokes, right? The main character's jokes. I remember the main character used to love to crack, really lame jokes and stuff. And the only person that really could understand those jokes was the Rampage Vulcan guy himself. So I thought that was funny. But Rampage Vulcan, man, Vulcan himself had a few cool forms. Not just the Rampage one. But I think most of his forms were really cool. Any form that was given to him was actually automatically cool. Okay, let me see. Panel lighting here. Shit, man. Hearing this song makes me want to play Zelda, but I don't think we have the time after I'm done with this. Yeah. We have to leave Zelda to another day. Actually, you know what? Let me put this back up. And maybe increase the brightness a little. First form, him punching the bullet is breaking the law. Second form, grab and smash bullet is him taking in that he was manipulated. Oh yeah, it was revealed, right, that he was a bit he was kind of used, right, in the series. That he had a chip implanted in him and stuff like that. Yeah. He was being controlled by the what corporation? I forgot that guy's name. The Zaya Corporation, right? That Zaya Corporation dude. Yeah. And that final form is tanking all the bullets, is him taking in all the setbacks. Yeah, I think he had really good character. I think one person that deserved better character development was the other secondary rider. Kamen Rider, what's her name? The cheetah one. The one where she could run really fast. And the funny thing is, she herself had pretty good character development, all things considered. So yeah. I think overall everybody got a very deserving, like they focused on individual characters. even the evil ones, right? The what you call it? The rogue androids. They kind of also got their own, like, you know, mini arc as well, right? She felt very flat with no personality who gets upgrade form and defeated in 5 minutes. Oh yeah, I mean, true. But still, she went through like a series of, you know, ups and downs, right? For her, she became like a villain midway through as well with her like mid upgrade form or something like that. Jackal, right? I think that was her mid season form or something like that. Yeah, it was like Jackal or something. Something Jackal lah. Yeah. Then she sided with the villain, and then she became a good guy. After that, she became back a good guy, and then yeah. Gits written by the same writer for 01, so you probably like it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, track record, right? Ang 1998 XXX. What a name. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to Toasties and welcome to the stream. How are you doing? And how did you discover this stream? I think like every time I build stuff on stream, I always get like new people coming in, which is cool and stuff. So tell me a bit more about yourself. I really want to get to know all of you. Again, I'm focusing very much on doing the panel lighting for this model kit at the moment. So I may not readily look at chat too often. You wrote X8. Oh yeah, you're right. He did write X8. Now that you mention it, the same guy, the same writer. All three are easy top 5 writer, I think. I agree 100%. Especially for X8, yeah. Funny thing is, I kind of speed run through X8 itself, so I literally just watch each episode for the forms. Yeah. Which obviously they use it to sell toys and stuff, but yeah, anyway. Yeah. So good, X8. So good. Should I panel line? I think I should panel line some of the blade areas, right? Yeah, I think I probably should. Also, this piece just fell out again. That's fine. Actually, it's easier for me to panel line this, right? Like that. Yeah, I think I should panel line this. Oh, now that I hear this song, right? Has anybody tried playing Monster Hunter Now just yet? It's like the Pokemon Go version of Monster Hunter Now, and I have not really had a chance to check it out. But if any of you have played Monster Hunter Now, please let me know how it is. I've really not heard or seen any reviews about it, or anyone actually raving and saying how good it actually is. It's done by the same people from that did Pokemon Go, which is Niantic. So I think it recently came out as well, right? So not too sure about it. X8 has the best final episode explanation of why they use base form. Oh yes, yes. Oh, that was a very interesting way to show that, you know, it's not everything you can use final form to beat someone, right? Yeah. I think that was cool. That was cool. Hey, Melancholic, yo, welcome in. Yes, I am not well. Depends on what you're talking about. In terms of completing this model kit, yes, we are winning. In terms of Chelsea, we kind of lost. I don't want to talk about that. Yeah, but yes, we are winning. We're winning in general. How's your day, by the way? Can we give a shout out to Melancholic as well? Hope your day is good. I'm currently doing panel lining, as you noticed, for this Wild Liger. It was a very interesting build because we kind of just finished building it today and we got a little bit of time, so I thought I'd just do some panel lining. No need to shout out, I insist. You're doing okay, yeah? Good, good. doing okay is better than not okay. I'm all for that. I was feeling a little bit tired most of today though. Because like I said, I was busy being a part of the electoral process yesterday because I was a polling agent for our presidential election yesterday that took place yesterday. So I was on my feet for 12 hours, which was quite an experience. Like I said, not done that since being in the army. In case you guys are wondering, yes, my legs are still fine. It just hurt like a bitch, yesterday. Like I actually went to soak my foot. Yeah. In the bath for a few minutes so that I could feel better. Yeah. I'm detailing it. Yeah. Just like heading to the gym. I saw this joke earlier today. Again, that joke incoming. That someone actually named his toilet Jim instead of John. So people usually call their toilets John, right? But they call it somebody called it Jim, and he says he calls it Jim because that way he can tell people like JIM, right? He calls it Jim, right? So that every day when he goes to work, he can tell people, oops, this thing flipping back up again. He can tell people that he actually went to the gym in the morning. So yeah, I know that joke, right? But yeah. See, I hit the gym this morning. I swear, this thing is the worst. Can you not like... Okay, I have to find a way to lock this thing in place so that it does not disturb my... There we go. It does not disturb my detailing. Yeah, well, we finished it pretty early on stream today, so I thought I'll detail it a bit. So here we are. Dad, please stop. Yes, so after this, I'm gonna head to the gym as well. You are so correct, Yoru. You're very, very, very perceptive. Very perceptive of you, Yoru. I am indeed going to the gym after this. I'm gonna hit the gym after this, so to speak. Yeah. He's very understanding, yeah. Okay, you gotta put the work in, you know what I'm saying? You gotta put in the work. So I'm gonna hit the gym to put in the work. Okay, but like I said, the reason why I'm detailing this is because we do have some time. I may detail more of this off stream. But at this moment, I'm still just detailing the white parts. Yeah, the white areas. I'm not sure if I want to detail the sword parts because they're a little bit too hard to detail at the moment. Like they're in some very hard to reach areas. So I may just detail the white parts. Anyway, with the white parts, they'll kind of stand out, so to speak. And again, I usually only do this for gunpla models, obviously. If I have the time. But it is a quite a painstaking process, as you can tell. My only problem with this is, okay, the type of Gundam marker I'm using, right, is very, very fine. Like, it's the kind that when you dot, a bit of the a lot of the ink actually comes out. So what I'm doing right now is I am rubbing away and removing all the parts of the ink that have seeped out, you know, onto the kit. In the past, people have recommended me to use an eraser to do that, but it's a little bit hard, to be honest, to use an eraser on such small parts like that. So I'm just using my fingers to do the smudging itself, or to remove the ink. There we go. Then after, I'm applying a little bit of wet tissue, using wet tissue a bit to remove the black ink from some of the parts itself. Have you been building any Gunpla models, Melancholic? Or it's just same old for you still? Yeah, this part keep coming out, yeah. I'm just trying to look at the other side to see. Ah, okay. Should detail here as well. I was thinking of starting all the KR kits, but my god, it's scary how they can make one from for every form. Yeah, I wish they. Okay, so like, I was hoping they would do, some something like, you know, if let's say you have, okay, so I have double, right, Kamen Rider double, so I was hoping they would do one where you could literally fit all the forms into it. Now, but for Kamen Rider double, I understand it's a bit hard because it's a complete color change from one side to the other. But yeah, I think for a lot of other kits, well, let's just say they're out in the money making business, right? They want to make more money from their toys and stuff. So, of course, they'll make it one by one, right? It is tactics, marketing tactics. It's by design, guys. So it's to get you to buy more of their model kits. But let's be real. Kamen Rider doesn't make money from its model kits. It makes money from its SH figure arts, right? Yeah, it makes money from its SH figure art toys. It's a SH figure art line of toys. So, I don't think they make a whole lot from, you know, their Bandai model kits itself. Although yes, the same company that makes the model kits sells their SH stuff. Yeah, so even now the SH figure arts is like, it's insane, man. The the amount of money that is involved when it comes to making them and building them. Okay, so the SH figure arts, I have like a Donatello and like a Leonardo on my shelf. Both, when I bought them at that time, one of each was like $80. And yeah, I shit you not, those are already considered one of the better SH figure art stuff. So I'm not complaining. But I don't know about the new SH figure arts lineup stuff. I'm not sure if I would like pay $100 for an SH figure arts. Although the quality is actually getting better. Maybe that's why they are charging like $100 for one. Am I excited for the what? TMNT movie? Okay, honestly, the TMNT movie really looks like it's for kids. It's for a new generation of younger kids and stuff. I am not a huge TMNT. I'm a huge TMNT fan of the original. I'm a fan of the original, but the one that I grew up watching, basically. So I can't really say for certain this one is gonna be it's piqued my excitement by much. The other more recent series that I have been that I like a lot from TMNT is the one back in early 2000, I think 2009 or 2008. The one where there was time travel involved as well. That one was really good. The darker version of TMNT. Was it the 2012? Not the live action, guys, don't get me wrong. The 2012 TMNT series, the remake. I already remember seeing a Kuga Ultimate Rising for like $35 and nobody wanted it. Yeah, because, okay, that's a very old SH figure out. That's why nobody wanted it, you know? Although, yes, he is the OG Kamen Rider. But because he's the OG, it's like, you know, the first JoJo does not get as much, you know, shine as the other JoJos that came after him, right? Because the first JoJo was just so vanilla. So I guess it's the same issue. Right? The patriarch of the JoJo the JoJo series does not get as much shine as his other counterparts after that, which is a bit sad. Even though he started it all, it's just because he's just so vanilla. Yeah. Okay. We just have a little bit of more panel lining to go. I'm thinking whether I should panel line these guys. Okay, I'll panel line these guys off stream, I think. Yeah, I'll panel line the blue parts off stream, lah. Because I don't think there's a need to panel line the blue parts. Or to detail the blue parts. I think the rest are relatively detailed already. So yeah, I'll leave out the panel lining for the blue parts at the moment. But I think overall it's pretty okay. You guys can see some deep dark colors going on. Not too bad. It's a little bit too bright actually. I was thinking of collecting the TMNT and MMP Mighty Morphin Power Ranger comics. Okay, I mean, sure, why not? I personally feel that. Okay, I know there was a collab with TMNT and Power Rangers at one point, but I still kind of feel they don't really go hand in hand because one of them morphs and the other ones are mutants. Okay, you guys can't really see the. Oh, maybe I should lower the lighting a bit. Give me a sec, guys. It looks a bit too dark, but okay. There we go. All right, just a little bit of panel lining on the sides to give it that a little bit of a look. A little bit of shadows going on here. There we go. As you guys can see. just a little bit. Right. You can't see some of the panel lines because... But I generally just did it for like the smaller parts and stuff, so you guys can see like a little bit of the rear bit. That's about it. I think here was a little bit more experimental, as you guys can see. Okay, but I think we can consider this done. This was a very interesting build, a little bit too simplistic. I was thinking, but that's what made the collab so special, because the Rangers couldn't morph, so they passed their morphers to the turtles. Oh, you mean that one? Okay, okay. I vaguely remember the storyline behind it. It's interesting. But like I said, I'm just not used to. I mean, it's cool that I thought it was cool that the turtles can morph, but it just felt so weird seeing them in that manner. But okay, that being said, the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger comics in general are actually really good, because they cover stories that are actually not told in the series, and the way they insert them into the series is actually pretty interesting. They make it canon. Yeah, the Boom Studio one, yes, exactly. I actually know the artist that does the comics, right? One of the guest artists that does the comics actually followed me on IG one day. Yeah. And I was also confused as to why he followed me on IG. I think I posted something about art, and then he followed me. I was like, okay, oh, that's cool, you know? And now how they can combine Zords of different series and make new ones. Of course, you know, anything to, you know, generate, you know, money and stuff. It's like how they make more Gundams from the anime series itself. Not the anime series, but from the manga, from the Gundam manga itself. So series like what do you call it? Astray? Gundam Astray, a very popular one. They generated more kits from there, simply just through the manga series itself. So Astray was basically just a manga. Yeah, and it's mostly recolored stuff. Recently they just released a what's that? A rebuild? Well, not a rebuild, but a new Epion. I'm not sure if you guys have seen it. Let me show you guys. Yeah, you guys probably have seen it on P Bandai. It's called the Gundam Epion Sturmundrang unit. So basically, this thing has like extra phalanges on the side and stuff, which makes it look really cool. But then again, I don't really know the context of it. And already it's sold out, okay? The moment it dropped, I think a few days ago, as you guys saw. So that was quite funny. There we go, guys. Right? Yeah, sold out. $71 is actually really cheap stuff. It makes the whole unit feel a lot bigger. It makes the whole unit feel actually more impressive as well. But I like that, you know, it has these like phalanges and stuff that honestly I don't know what those phalanges are. They look like maybe they are like heat whips or something like that. But yeah, this one comes from the manga, the Wing Gundam manga itself. So I was thinking of getting this one and selling like my MG Epion, because I have an MG Epion sitting at the back. Which makes me think, yeah, maybe I should build that Epion. Maybe I shouldn't build that Epion so quick and actually just buy this one. $71 only, actually, honestly speaking, not too bad. Because I always felt like the wings were bigger than the body. The wings are kind of bigger than the body itself. I think they are. But holy shit, look at the size of that sword. I mean, the sword, Epion Gundam's beam saber has always been known to be really massive. Yeah. So that's actually really, really cool. It's just an Alphamon X from Digimon, yes. Yes, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's kind of cool also, like how they actually have this. I mean, it's all these are just very subtle details. It's like how they connect this massive sword, this massive beam saber, has constantly needs to be connected to the Gundam itself to provide a source of power. That's how massive and how powerful this beam saber is. I don't think any other Gundam has kind of done that in that sense, except the sword pack from Strike. And the sword pack from Strike itself is just like a really giant like beam saber, which is not connected. But holy crap, this one actually makes sense. And it's actually really cool, with the amount of wires they have going on and stuff. So I don't know if I should get it, guys. Anyway, it's sold out. Might be a sign that I shouldn't get it and just stick to buying my stick to building my current MG Epion. This is the MG Epion that I currently have. Hobby art will come in. Okay, anyway, yeah, this is the current MG Epion that I have at the moment. Why I don't know why this is not showing. But here we go. Yeah, it is literally more expensive than the Is literally more expensive than the current unit, than the one that they just released on P Bandai. It's scary how fast things sell on P Bandai. Oh yes, trust me, because the prices just are going to increase after that. That's how it works. Yeah. That's how P Bandai was. That's how they get you to buy their stuff. Because look, some people are actually selling it for... Yeah, on Amazon... Oh no, this is the Endless Waltz one. So this is the one that I actually own. It's actually actually more expensive than the Sturm one, the manga one, right? Which is actually crazy, yo. So I don't know if I should actually sell this and just buy the new P Bandai one, which I think in the future is still gonna cost a lot more. Let me see. Oh, hey, this one import one. Direct from... Wow. Hey, that means Amazon really jack up the price, yeah? It's supposed to be cheaper, right? Yeah, because I remember I bought it... Okay, so when I bought this Gundam, right? It was on sale. I actually bought it for... How much did I buy it for? Was it 80? Yeah, now that I think about it, yeah. The Geats driver now is so cheap on Amazon, it's very tempting. It's less than $60. Oh, you mean if you love Geats, right, and you love the driver, I suggest waiting for the CSM version. Yeah, I'm actually waiting for the Shin Kamen Rider driver, the CSM version of it. I will definitely get that one. It depends on the seller on Amazon, right? You mean the one of the month I need to eat grass version? Yes, referring to that. Although, if you are a huge Kamen Rider fan, that shouldn't be too much of a... It shouldn't, how would I say, it shouldn't be too much of an issue for you, if you ask me. But yeah. Okay, you know what? Or maybe I should just buy the P Bandai version of this and just keep this one. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe I'll put a vote in Discord. Put up a vote on Discord or something. To ask you guys, hey, should I get like the P Bandai one, or should I just keep just build what I have, you know? Hey Mochi VR, welcome in Mochi. How are you, man? Welcome to the stream. Actually, we are just about to end stream because I just finished my Zoids model kit. Yeah, it's been a while. How have you been? Hope you've been good. Before we were distracted by Epion. Did you actually go and buy Epion? Because it's out on P Bandai, and it just got sold out like hotcakes, you know. What's this? Fi's next driver. Wait, is this a new Fi's driver? Based off the movie that's coming out, is this the one? Really? Fi's driver next announced. Open your eyes for the next premium Bandai. Oh my god, the puns. Oh, this actually looks cool. Let me enlarge this shit. Damn. Wait, but the movie hasn't even come out yet, right? Fi's finally has a smartphone driver. Yeah, I was wondering when they're gonna turn, you know, Fi's into a smartphone kind of like, you know, unit. I think they finally did it. It makes sense. Because they're already gonna put it up before the movie. They're already gonna put it up. Oh, 20th October. Oh, well, you guys got some time to save up your monies for this. Because this actually looks really cool. I don't know if the movie is gonna turn out the same way, but I am optimistic about it. I mean, people have been calling for a Fi's remake of sorts. Fans have been calling for a 5 remake of sorts. And this is gonna be the new suit apparently. Very, very interesting. Where is the image for the new suit? Let's see. Fi's driver. Fi's next, right? Okay, so this was the one from Zio. Which is not too bad. It's pretty cool. Kind of fits the aesthetic of what's this guy's name? Gates, right? Kamen Rider Gates. Where's the next? Just now I saw the picture of next. Final form, right? Okay, that's the there we go. The form in question. Become iPhone. So yeah, it does look like iPhone or iPad or whatever they call it. The suit design is a little funky. Not a fan of the chest piece. Yeah, I'm not sure why they threw on this really huge chest piece down here. Kind of reminds me of Drive, but not in a good way. Drive had that huge tire across his chest, which took me a little while to get used to. But it looks like it makes sense. He looks like a tank. Yes. I thought his design would be a little bit more futuristic, but they literally just throw on like a bunch of armor on him to make him look a lot bulkier. He fuses with Auto Vajin and also his logo. Oh, really? Really? Hey Siri. Yeah, hey, imagine if his ability is to call out the commands itself. So instead of like typing 555, he literally says, hey Fi's 555 or something like that, and exceed charge, right? Or something like that. You know, that would be pretty cool. And 555 enter, then he does, you know, the whole finisher attack thing. Yeah, I'll be interested to see how that plays out if he's actually using a smartphone. Yeah, him saying exceed charge and then the belt echo. Yeah. But he has to use like a code word, right? Like so, like kind of how, who's that secondary rider? The blue color, the white color one, the white and black one. Shit, man, I'm forgetting all their names. It's like the automated belt from Black Sun. Yeah. The one which uses actually it's not automated lah. It detects your hand motions and stuff like that, you know. So if you do this twice and stuff, yeah. Yes, Delta, not Kaisa, Delta. So kind of like Delta, where he speaks into his walkie-talkie and then, you know, does his finisher and stuff. Yeah. Orga or Saiga, but Orga and Saiga, they kind of don't talk into their phones. They also press buttons and stuff. I'm talking more of like use voice activation. So that's kind of like what Delta did. Yes, correct. The belt, which was worn mostly by Orphanox, and when it was finally passed on to a protagonist to use the belt, he was kind of shit at using it. It has so much potential. It apparently is what it was the most powerful belt, you know, in the in that series. And that protagonist managed to make it look weak. But yes. But okay, beyond this, right, I am definitely not gonna get this first. I would love to get the Shin Kamen Rider CSM belt. Which they say is actually on the way. Not the DX version, by the way, guys. The DX belt in and of itself looks pretty good already, but they are in the works of making the CSM version of the Henshin belt, the Henshin Typhoon belt, which I think they just announced. Yeah. God damn, slow down, Toei. First Shadow Moon, now this. They're gonna take my whole bank account. That's what CSM is kind of meant for, right? So yeah, I'm waiting for this one to come out. I am looking forward to seeing this. Don't cut the rest of the image, man. Oh yeah, and then they're releasing a CSM version of the Kamen Rider Zero as well. Yeah, get ready to lose your monies all over again, guys. Surprised that Shin Kamen Rider CSM taking that long. Yeah, when is it coming out? Huh? Did they mention when is the due date? Oh, okay, no, this DX, this is just, okay, Kamen Rider Zero belt is just the DX belt, right? It's not the CSM one. No, and this was like already 2 months ago. Yeah, they should release this. They should release this one first before they release the Fives one, because the movie's not even out yet. So I don't know how that actually makes sense. But yeah, I would love to get my hands on this one. If Black Sun had a better story, I would have been more hyped to actually buy that belt. It's cool and all, you know, with the automated hand gestures and shit. But yeah, the series kind of fell short, a little bit short for me. So, I don't know, man. We'll see. Anyway, that's it. Yeah. Pretty happy with how this turned out. Look at the big boy over here. Say hi, guys. Hi! Rawr. Okay. Yeah, we're done with this dude. I think I was telling my wife that my nephew will be so happy to see this because it actually moves. It's one of the model kits that I don't mind letting him play with it, but I'll probably just teach him how to set it in motion. Again, maybe I should get my camera to tilt down to show you guys how it actually moves. Might be a better idea. So default. Lower this. There we go. Right. Yeah, in case you're wondering, yeah, this is how I here we go. Zoom it in, zoom it in, zoom it in. There we go. Is this oh okay. I think this does it more justice. Although yes. Oh my god. Okay, the swords didn't flip out the way it was supposed to, but yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. It's walking off stream. Did you guys see how the blade actually flip out? Lion, I'm leaving. Yeah, he about to end stream faster than I'm gonna end. But that's actually pretty cool right there. I don't want to like touch too much of it because I'm trying to put it in the right spot. There we go. Okay, one thing that doesn't work very well is the jaw movement. Like, the mouth tends to... I'm not sure if you guys can see this. The mouth tends to get stuck once it's open, if it even opens to begin with. There we go. Okay. Yeah, the main thing is that, holy crap, this thing actually moves, guys. I think that's one of the best things about this kit. And like I said again, okay, this is by Takara Tomy, so it's kind of expected that they make toys that kind of move and stuff. So there we go, guys. Right. Very happy with this build overall. I would say, yeah. Okay, maybe I should. I cannot really hold it up at the side because, yeah, it kind of like jams up in my arms quite a fair bit if I hold it up like that. Oh, but actually the detail looks a lot better on screen than IRL. So I did a bit of panel lining earlier on. It looks like it's just struggling in water, you know. Yeah, hey, the panel lining does look a lot better on screen than in real life. Okay, but that's what really matters, right? They call it the money shot, as they say. Okay, anyway. Alright. Time to go night-night. Okay, well. We're done. We're done with big boy over here. Oh yeah, maybe I should just show it to you guys like that. It does have some very awkward positions if I hold it up, but holy crap, actually it looks so much better if I hold it up like that. Yeah, holy crap. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna shine up those blades very nicely and then put it on display lah. And also I'm gonna do a bit more panel lining on the blades itself. Yeah. And probably the horn areas as well. But this looks really good, guys. Sheesh. Okay, can. I'm just really proud of my details and the panel lining, as you can tell. Yeah. Do a little flip-a-doozy on the other side. There we go. Very nice. Look cool, yeah. You're gonna be a cool uncle. I think I already am. So my nephew has been saying that he always asks when he can come over to my place. Yeah, as in like my sister at least tells me that, yeah, Zion, that's his name lah. Zion has been asking want to go to Choo Choo's place. See, I want to go Choo Choo house every time. Okay, as of late he hasn't been because I've not gone over to visit him, but no, at least now he knows how to say that he wants to go Choo Choo's house, you know. I remember there's a premium version of this like a few months ago on P Bandai. Oh yes. I think it's a Kotobukiya one. It's not Wild Liger. It's one of the Ligers. That's from a series that, like I said, I don't watch Zoids, so it's from one of the newer series lah. So again, I'm not a big fan of Zoids, so I don't think I will buy more Zoids models moving forward. But having built this, if let's say I want to get a build or find something or build something that is very straight to the point, very easy to make, I'll definitely look for a Zoids model. Although I heard the more recent ones, right, are not are a little bit pricey. I think Sam Yap and a few of you were saying that it's actually really pricey stuff. So yeah, I may hold off on that for a bit because I want to save my monies for other things, you know, for more important things. You know, like the cool games, all the cool games that is coming out and stuff, guys. But yeah, all right. Well, maybe we should end our stream with the money shot, right, guys? This thing. And maybe zoom in. You guys are sick of looking at my face, right, aren't you? Let me go to the left. There we go. Okay, there we go, guys. I think this shot still does not do it justice unless I flip it up like that. But yeah. We gotta call it a night here, guys. I would have loved to play Breath of the Wild just a little. But unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late. I may come on tomorrow to play a bit, but honestly, I think I'm gonna spend most of tomorrow just preparing for my trip. I haven't exactly. Oh, actually, yeah. Look at that shimmer, guys. You know what? I'm just gonna flip it out like that. Look at the claws, damn it! Holy crap! Yo, whatever they're using for this like gold plating is actually really sick. If I turn up the brightness a bit, right, it's actually gonna be a lot nicer. But there we go, guys. Alright, consider this done. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, guys. Thank you, Souls. Thank you, White Wolfie, for distributing pillows and stuff. And thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Even though during the detailing part, I wasn't really talking much because, like I said, I tend to focus a lot when doing panel lining. Alright. Man, oh man, okay. Okay, I honestly thought this kit was going to be a bit of a disappointment, I'm not gonna lie. Because I think someone was telling me on the stream that this is a very straightforward kit to actually build and stuff. But apparently it is not that. It is straightforward, but it's just basically easy to build because there's a lot of huge and solid parts that you can attach to. I still have no idea what these parts are for, but I believe, right, you see there are these knobs here. No, thanks for staying on with me, man. Yoru and everyone else also who have stayed on this late. But you notice there are these knobs here. I think they are add-ons. Alright? They are add-ons for the different types of armors that Shield Liger can actually wear. Yeah. I think they are armor sets that you can change out. Like you can change Shield Liger out to different kind of, to have like different kind of armor sets and stuff. If I recall correctly. Yes. Weapon and armor packs, correct. That's the one. That's it. That's exactly it. Thanks for mentioning that, White Wolfie. I think I should put the model kit like that. There we go. Yeah, if my camera was a little bit lower, right, this would have been perfect, Yeah. Or maybe, you know what? Maybe I'll just end it like that. Alright. Say bye to chat. Say bye to chat. Bye. I cannot raise it. I cannot raise it any higher. But yeah. Say bye. How do I make it top? Shit. Goodbye, everyone. And I'll see you on the next stream. Okay, I can't do it. There's too much parts going on. But yeah, you guys get the idea. Don't drop it. Picture accurate as Japan deems it to be. Yeah, I guess. But like I said, no, it's just the like I said, the legs inside being a bit hollow is a little bit of a disappointment. That's about it. Alright. I'm not gonna drop it, alright? Don't worry, guys. I'm not gonna drop it, alright? But yeah, I can't help stop showing it off. It's just so cool. It's just look at the blades, man. I mean, the blades really is the one that takes the cake for me, right? It really makes me feel so much better, considering the fact that I just saw Chelsea lose to Nottingham Forest. So I feel a lot better having completed this on stream. Maybe I should have like a table to raise up like all the model kits that I've done, Yeah, just put it and display it there so that it's real nice. Can I balance it on my arm? I kinda can. Oh shit, yes, I actually can. Yeah. I guess we can end it like that, guys. Okay, anyway, guys, you've been such a great audience. I appreciate every single one of you. Again, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be streaming on Sunday or later on Sunday, but do keep a lookout on my Discord. Again, !Discord. If you want to find out when I'm streaming next, I may pop on in for a little bit of a surprise stream, just so I can play Zelda Breath of the Wild. But like, if not, I'll be busy planning for my trip to BKK next week. So I may not see you guys next week. Actually, it may be a while, since it may be 1 week before I see you guys again. for a stream actually. Like I said, this is the only time I have my holidays, so that's why you know, we are going for that much awaited, long awaited trip to BKK. If I can figure out how to do IRL stream, all right, I may do an IRL stream in Bangkok, but I heard it's a little bit dangerous to do that. I know a lot of streamers go there and they do IRL streams and stuff, but yeah, I'm a little bit more wary when it comes to things like that, you know. There we go, guys. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and thanks for pointing out. Do you hop on over to Kick because we want to boost the numbers so we can host someone over there? All right. But if not, my Discord is right down there. Oh yes, we should find out who we can raid. We should go and find someone to raid, right, guys? Both on Kick and on Twitch. Okay, anyway, I think I know who I want to raid on Twitch. Leonaris. Do you guys know who Leonaris is? Is a certain someone that plays a variety of games and stuff. He's currently doing his 2-year affiliate. Why is my shame thing going off? My god. I don't understand. This is so weird. But yeah, Leonaris is doing his 2-year affiliate anniversary, guys. So I think we should show him some love. I think he's been streaming for, goodness me, 30 plus hours. It's actually insane. I don't know how he does it. But it looks like he's having fun in Don't Starve together. Playing together with Antelope Ranch, Kerms, and Dexifer. Which explains why he's not responding to me. Anyway, yeah, we might as well just send you guys over to him. Let's show him some love. And if possible, could you guys put up the hop on over to Kick. Hey Falco, welcome in. Sipher, yes, I know you're here. I know you're here. Welcome in, welcome in. What do you mean? What do you mean? I see you playing Don't Starve. That's what I mean. But yeah, we're gonna send you guys over to him anyway. Thanks for stopping by, every single one of you. Let's see. Actually, do I want to host someone on Kick? Let's see who's. If there's no real person that's like streaming on Kick. Oh wait, Luminestra is playing Starfield. Let the space battle begin. Luminestra. Okay, is anybody playing Starfield? Oh wait, is anybody doing Makers and Craft on Kick? We may send you over to them. I know, okay, I know the hosts on Kick have not been very, very quality hosts as of late. But let's see who is busy. Who is doing something cool. Maybe somebody is doing something cool on Kick. It'll be cool, it'll be nice if you guys can boost the numbers up on there, on the screen. What? Who's this guy? It's Eugen. Finally water cooling. Oh, someone's building a water cooled PC here. Okay, who's this dude? Catholic, husband, father. I like Latin mass, building things. Paintball, coffee, video games, books, cigars, and good conversations. Okay. Hey, let's send you guys over to Eugen. It's Eugen, alright? So it'll be real nice if you guys can help me pump the numbers up on Kick at the moment. Just gonna drop him a follow very quickly. So it'll be easier to host him. Okay, cool. Did he notice that I actually followed him? Okay, we'll find out in just a bit. But hey guys, help me pop over to Kick as well. And for those of you who are on Twitch, yeah, we're gonna send you over to Leonaris. Do I get the raid messages up? Okay, maybe we'll raid host it's Eugen the next time round. Oh, what the hell? Why is he? Oh, he's setting up a green screen. That's hilarious. Okay. Okay, never mind. All right. Let's just rate Leonaris tonight. We will host someone else on Kick, I think, another time. And if he does go live, does he actually stream on other platforms? He did not set up a... Wait, he did not set up, like, notifications for his follows. Okay, never mind. Then we'll send you guys to him over. Do you guys think we should host him on Kick at the moment? He looks like he's doing some really cool stuff with his PC. Let me know what you guys want to do. Okay, yeah. Then you guys gotta help me pump up the numbers, man, on Kick. You know, again, I keep saying this. I don't know why Kick makes it necessary to only be able to host people if you have more than five people watching. I think it's so absurd. Yeah, I think it's just so absurd. Okay, yeah. Chris only blades. I don't know if he's actually trolling or what. Yeah. Like I said, Kick is still pretty much the Wild Wild West. I'm not sure if actually I want to do like more streams on Kick at the moment just so I can boost my numbers. Like I said, I've not been getting a whole lot of love on Kick. I still get more love on Twitch actually than on Kick itself. Not a lot of people are hopping on, which is understandable because they do lack a lot of what do you call it? They do lack a lot of functionality, and the discoverability is a little bit bad. Yeah, sounds like that when Twitch makes stream rate with less than 5 viewers has no notification. No, they have. It depends on how the streamer sets it up. Some people when they get raided, right? If it's less than 5 viewers, they just have no notifications at all. Yeah, but as long as you raid with something, right, or with a few people, even if it's one person only, which is yourself, right, there will still be notifications. Because very less people on Kick, including SG people. Basel Bucks. What's Basel Bucks? Also, okay, we got 6 viewers on Kick at the moment. Okay, I think we just raid on out to it's Eugen. But I think for Kick at least, you know, if you host someone, they will tell you that you've been hosted lah. So I'll send you over to it's Eugen, over on Kick. And for those of you on Twitch, let's show some love to Leonaris celebrating his 2-year affiliate anniversary. He's a super hilarious dude. He has a lot of things going on his stream half the time. But yeah, it's bench time, guys. So I'll catch you guys on the flip side again. I may be streaming again tomorrow. I may not. You guys will find out on my Discord. Okay, so hop in there if you haven't yet. They attempted to they only last a few days before they got nuked from orbit for that. Oh, Jeff Bezos. Okay, Bezos Bucks. No Bezos Bucks, right? Okay, I was wondering what you mean, but yeah, Anyway, I don't really see, you know, Jeff Bezos any up lah. Yeah. Well, if I don't appear in a few hours' time for streaming Breath of the Wild, this will be the last time I'm seeing you guys for a week. Because I'll be off in BKK, unless I can live stream on BKK while I'm in BKK. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to. I don't think I'll be catching you guys for a bit, right? Hey, how come drop to 4 again? Wait, hold on. Can I still host people? Oh no, are you serious? What happened? What happened? What the dog do? Suddenly we dropped to... You see, this is the problem, right? This is the problem. Like, suddenly from 6 become to 4 and then 6 again. Yeah, I don't understand. This is weird, guys. Hey, yo, hop on over, pump up the numbers, guys. But yeah, I really do want to host this amazing dude. It's Eugen. He's building a PC, right? But yeah, those of you on Twitch, let's say hi to and say hi to Dionaris real quick. Okay, copy and paste the rate messages, all that good stuff, and I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Have a good rest. Yeah. Hopefully I'll be able to stream in a few hours time. But I will see you guys again very, very soon. Right? Take care. Have a good rest. Oh, 5 ah. Is it 5? It is not reading as 5. It's not reading as... Okay, never mind. Right. I'll see you guys again. Take care, man.